Where is it recorded? I think it's. We're gonna start.
Share the link.
Yeah, the link is yes. I don't know what's.
They can't do the blinds.
They can't.
It's not very blind. That's what. Yeah, I think I think very blind one.
Yes.
So you gotta put the thing here.
No. The camera needs to go down, and then people need to know what to stand so that they are very visible.
Here.
But I'll tell you.
Yeah, well, this is it. Yeah. No. We are not
More?
Yeah, which is with the blinds, but not with the branding. And
No,
just
it's fine. I mean, the branding is standard like this, so it works for them. You just have to move the camera from time to time. Because what's important is you need to see the person who's sitting there.
Okay, let's start. Here's the remote because I don't. Here's the remote.
And I can pick the remote. Okay, let's open and go.
Okay. Can we start? Good morning.
Just pay attention where you're standing so that you are very clear. So that the camera sees you, so that you are centered.
So that I'm centered. Right.
Yeah.
Here's one. Morning. Morning. Thank you for coming. My name is Simone here. I am with the NotFItForPurpose again, and I'm really, really happy that everybody's here this morning. This is my first town hall, I think. Or when I was attending town halls in the past, they were called something else. I don't know. But I feel like this is my first town hall. So I'm really excited. I'm excited that we're here talking about this work. I'm excited that, I know some of you came far, so I'm really excited that you're here. I understand that some of you came as far as far. So today, we just want to have a conversation about why we're here, how we got here, and what is the way forward, and what we want to see happening with this movement, with the campaign, with the act itself. Just a bit of housekeeping. The bathrooms are out the door, up the stairs, first door on this end, on the right. Our program is not very long. We start now, it's up the stairs, we should be done just maybe an hour or so after lunch. We are going to have a very informal discussion. We'd like everybody to interact. If when we are talking something is not very clear, please stop us so that we can clarify and understand, so that we all move in one direction. So if anything, if we're talking too fast, let's just all work together so that. How would I hear now? I still see posts that South Africa is still the rape capital of the world, so they call us. This is one has to do is go on social media and read comments. Children in particular, extremely unsafe in this country. So the work is not done, we're not even halfway there. And while the work is not done, NSP is coming to an end in what, 3 years? And I don't know if we have a plan for what happens after the 3 years. I don't know if we have an idea of what we do when that time comes. Because we asked for this NSP. We marched for this NSP, we did it, we negotiated, we went to meetings, we commented on legislation, but we are still here. So this is sort of to just get us into that space where we talk about how are we still here and what do we do with the position that we're in now. What do we do with this act that we know that is going to set us backwards? One thing we know for sure is that even though the act is out there, and if they start implementing, it's going to be very, very hard for us to start mobilizing against systems that are already being set in place. We want to stop that process and say we can't move forward and set up structures and systems with laws that don't work. Because what we'll do is we will keep going backwards and going in circles. So we're just here to say, how do we together, as activists, as organizers, as community builders, how do we move together to ensure that it doesn't happen? So today is about that. But before we go into all of that, Mandisa is going to talk to us about how indeed we got here. And yeah, great. So I'm going to hand over to my colleague. Thank you so much.
I actually have a presentation that
Yeah,
I know, it's on my phone. Because I've been asked to do this so many times, I have the standard presentation.
do you want to present it?
No, it's fine, just pictures. That help me remember. So, hi everyone, my name is Mandisa Kanyile, I'm part of the Call to Action Collective. And I'm just here to talk about how we got to the National Strategic Plan for Gender-Based Violence and Feminicide. You can't hear me?
Just stand here.
Wait,
Look at yourself in the screen to see if you're visible, and then move towards the place that makes you visible.
okay, sure.
No. Yeah, where I was standing.
Center yourself.
Right. There you go. I'm not very keen on this particular angle because of the strap and I didn't want to expose that to the world, but it's okay. Okay, so just to talk briefly about how we got here. I'm going to end in 2020, by the way, to the next speaker, Pinky. I'm going to end in 2020 when we announce the National Strategic Plan for Gender-Based Violence. So whoever continues the journey can start 2020 and beyond. Yeah. So in 2017, there was a group of women on Facebook that were mobilizing around the issue of gender-based violence and femicide. That group of women fell behind a hashtag called Men Are Trash, and they created awareness using that hashtag around the violence and the deaths due to femicide. This particular hashtag was made popular by the death of Karabo Mokoena in 2017. And that group of women started a small campaign where they actually explained why, in candlelight, they decided to back this particular movement. Then on January of 2018, Ulolo put up a post on Facebook saying, why don't we shut down the country for gender-based violence and femicide in August and Women's Month? And so a group of us started a messenger group to say, I would like to volunteer to be part of this initiative. That group then decided, hey, let's open up a Facebook page to let other people in from the other provinces. Then provinces started to set up their own WhatsApp groups in all 9 of the provinces. The original idea was that we were going to march to 3 sites. We were going to march to Parliament in Cape Town, we were going to march to the Supreme Court of Appeals in Bloemfontein, and we were obviously going to march to union buildings in Pretoria. That was the original idea. But the provincial groups are like, but we have issues of GBV in our neighborhood and we want to go to our police station or we want to go to our magistrates courts, etc., etc. And so we went from 3 march sites to, at the end, it became close to 32, 34 in country. There were also other countries that marched with us in solidarity. Kenya did, Botswana did, Zim tried and was unable to. There were several others as well. But the journey to that was when we started the provincial groups who said, okay, how do we bring this into people's consciousness on a weekly basis so that they remember what we're trying to do? So we then announced Black and Red Thursday. So every Thursday we would all wear black, no matter where we were, to say, this is why we are marching. And so the hashtag I Will March With You began. And so each Thursday you would have people say on the Facebook group, I will march with you on the 1st of August because this is what happened to me, this is my survival story, etc., etc. That went viral, gained momentum, and towards the march we had close to 100,000 women saying why they will march with us on the 1st of August in the WhatsApp group. People took leave, everything was great. And also then, in the lead up to that, civil society organizations invited us to come and louder. Okay, wow, I thought I was using my shop steward voice. Okay, so civil society organizations under the umbrella of Call to Action invited us to come and join with them to be part of this initiative. We then mobilized together with trade unions, with other entities, and we managed to do pretty big numbers on the 1st of August. Now, in the lead up to that, we said, why are we marching? As much as we've given hashtag, I will march with you, but what are the actual things we are marching for? And so a Google Doc began to populate in the group to say, what are the key things that we think will make a tangible difference and that we can put timelines onto that can actually change the trajectory of gender-based violence and femicide in the country. And so that was the birth story of the 24 demands. That Google draft then went to go and get edited by the likes of Spondu, who is here today, and Lulu Miso and other comrades, who then gave us the succinct document, which is the 24 demands. Then Unontata said, okay guys, we've got these 24 demands. Why do we think that they're not just going to chuck them in the bin afterwards? And we're like, we didn't think that far. So she said, okay, why don't we actually hold the summit? And let that be our key demand on the 1st of August, that we want to have a summit so that we can go through these demands and talk about what are the tangible outcomes and timelines around these demands. So the idea of the 1st of August, our non-negotiable being that we are going to leave with the gender summit or we are not going to leave at all, that's how that happened. So we get to 1 August, we march, everything is great. All the other provinces are done by 1 o'clock. Tina, their union buildings, unfortunately, Scamaposa stood us up. He knew we were coming, but he was like, no, it's fine, I've got other appointments. He sends us Naledi Pando and said, we're not accepting this, and we are definitely going to sit and wait. We sat and waited for him, got abused in the process. Then eventually he arrives in the late evening and says he will give us the summit that we're asking for. Now, at the time, because we were fragmented into the provinces, into the different mobilization units we were in, as much as we knew the 24 demands, we needed to walk into that summit with a unified call to action to say, listen, this is what we're doing, this is how we're doing it, and we needed to speak in one voice. So the idea of having the pre-summit came up, which was hosted by the Call to Action Collective, happened around about October of 2018. We had the pre-summit, several organizations from different parts of the country came together, went through the 24 demands, went through all of the other documents that feminists have been pushing over the past couple of years to say, okay, what is the document that we are going to walk into all of these commissions and say we're pushing for this? Because if we walked into that summit with a divided voice, they were going to say, look at civil society again. They come to us, they don't know what they're doing. So we then created what we call the GBV Bible. The GBV Bible comes out of the pre-summit. We have it, we all walk into the Gender Summit on the 1st and 2nd of November, knowing that these are the things that we have to come out with no matter what. Went in, we got them, and that came up to become the Presidential Summit Declaration. That Presidential Summit Declaration was then the guiding document for what is the National Strategic Plan for Gender-Based Violence and Femicide, which was drafted by our interim task team over the period of 2018-2019, and then was announced in 2020. Just to backtrack a bit. So in 2019, after all of this is done, we've got our declaration, we're good, we're now working on the drafting of the ASP. We then realized that these people are still not giving any money to GBV. What's going on? So we're like, okay, are we going to sit down and take it? So we're still muzzling over this when, unfortunately, Uyinene was killed in the post office. And so at the time, the World Economic Forum was taking place in the Western Cape. We saw people mobilizing on the streets again, and we said, look, this momentum could really help us to help fund the fight for gender-based violence and femicide. So we then said, let's march to, we've done government, let's now do private capital and see if we can get the money from them. And that is where Sandton shutdown happened on the 13th of September in 2019. We then marched with the demand that we want everyone who's listed on the Johannesburg Stock Exchange to give us a 2% levy on their profits that is going to contribute to the GBV's fund, which was one of the 24 demands. We marched on the 13th of September, came in our numbers, we shut down Sandton. As a result, we had the first ever joint sitting take place and the emergency response action plan was announced. That emergency response action plan took money from the CARA fund and allocated those funds to CBOs in order to fund the fight against gender-based violence. But again, this was not the GBV fund that we asked for. So an interim measure was then made, was meant to be interim. And that interim measure is what is currently the GBV response fund, which private entities are able to contribute towards in order to fund CBOs. But there's no particular amount that they have to contribute. They don't have to contribute. So where we made it mandatory before, it's basically now optional, and it's run separately from the state, and it's not a coordinated fund, which is what we had asked for in the 24 demands. So I will leave that there, and I think we can take it from there, because as we remember, in 2020, during COVID, whilst all of us were stuck in our houses, the president then announced the National Strategic Plan for Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mandisa. So what happened after 2020?
Exactly.
Yeah, that's the question. So what happened after 2020? I think what we can start with, let's have a discussion around Mandisa's introduction to how we got to 2020, because now we need to know we got to 2026. But who remembers that period and where were you during?
Oh,
Yes.
we were there. It was, I remember particularly the total shutdown march. Because I was one of the people that waited until the president came.
They what?
That waited until the president came. And even that experience of that day on its own is extremely traumatic because of how we were treated while we were waiting. And some of us did open cases actually against the police that brutalized us. And to date, nothing has been done. We got just one call from IPID, and that was it. So I feel like we are still very much not taken seriously. I think it's still something that the people that I empower deem as something that the lowest people in the hierarchy go do. It's very sad that we are still fighting this fight.
Was it, I think who was there when this question was asked? I was a few weeks ago when it was asked. We were breaking down the periods since 2028, like the milestones. And the questions that were being asked is, in this period, what did we carry over to this period? And what did we leave behind? What was silenced from this that we should have carried with us? But also, what have we forgotten from here that shaped how now the movement looks right now? And I think some of what you say is some of that. Like, while we were moving, there are things that we forgot that had taken place in that time. And we sort of just moved, especially on the political and on the big us. We need the ACT, we need the NSP, we need this, and there were things that we left behind in that period. And the things that we left behind here, we left behind here, we left behind. And I think that's a conversation that also needs to be had as we move forward. Like, yes, we want this, but what have we forgotten? Because that's the thing, like, what brought us together? And are we still carrying the things that brought us together? So when we're having these conversations, are we still talking about the things that led to those groups, WhatsApp groups being started? Like, why did we start a WhatsApp group in the first place? And when we are in the WhatsApp groups right now, are those the things, the conversations that we're still having? Are we still paying attention to those things? And then somewhere along the line we stopped. And I don't know if we'll go back. I don't know anything, if we'll go back, and if we should, and if we do, how? Because what we do know is that we still have to move forward with all these other things, because all of it is important. But how do we carry it in a way that all of it moves together? I don't know. And I think that's maybe a conversation that needs to be had. So thank you for that. I'll take more contributions. I think we're all here and we're all aware at some point.
I was also there, and I saw the victimization rate. And then after the years, I remember the part of the 24 demand was we demand 365 days effectively, but also that was not implemented. And then after this, after 2017, in 2019, another tragedy happened when Benny was married. And then now that's when they started, everything started to click to everybody. And then again the fire stopped. So I don't know how we can keep the fire burning. And we should not stop talking about these things. Even on social media, we still need those 24 hours to be implemented.
Which of the demands do you think we carried with us? Which of the 24 demands do we think? Which ones do we think we left behind and completely forgot about? I'll come to you now. Which do you think we left behind and completely forgot? Because we know which ones we carried and we know which ones we were working on, but which ones have we completely forgotten? I think when we're having these discussions, it's really important for us to remember how and where did we lose. If we lost the plot, where did we lose it? And if we haven't, how well did we do? We need to give ourselves a well done also for things that we did well, right? Yeah. When it's after,
Okay, I think we shouldn't have stopped marching on the first of the total shutdown should have carried on over the years. We have to shut down this country until we end. So on the first, every year, the total shutdown.
But you know what? I actually agree to some level. No, I do actually. It doesn't have to be a march. It can be some, but it must be a thing. A big thing must happen to realize, to say that we're still here. And when we started, that thing that brought us, when we started in 2018, every year we must remind ourselves, of guys, we're still here. And it's still the same. We're still here. Yeah. I want to recognize you, but there's another hand. Yeah. This is not me being. I'll come back to you.
Okay, now.
Okay.
Every Thursday, like, as a presentation, we are all black because I'm staying in Sasobek. We used to make it on the Thursday, we were all black, and lipstick same age. So I can continue. You continue, like, I agree with the studying first August. But every Thursday, we will again that all black, even though we go anywhere, but.
So what I'm hearing is that we lost on the ground momentum.
Yes.
And we need to start finding ways to carry that momentum forward. I'm gonna come to you now.
Two things. The first one is right now the GBB command center is not working. We done overtime with 428 at dialed yesterday, not working. The second thing is the automated registry for protection orders.
Yes.
But you never end up. Huh?
So I think sometimes when we talk about the demands, and I don't know, maybe we shouldn't have removed this, but we go back the 24 demands and then project them so that we have, we keep on reminding ourselves and each other, what they were, because there was just the text of the 24 demands. And then from there we had the declaration from the summit, the first one. And then we've got things that came from the NSP. And then we have that report that was kind of not launched or implemented, the one that came from the second summit. So I've just looked at the demands again and I don't see the 365 days when people believe that it was there. And I think it came from another kind of process, to amplify, kind of the demands, because the 365 days was more of a commitment to ourselves, right? And that we are going to continue advocating that it's not a one day. And then I think with the NSP thing that was supported by UN, the 6 pillars, like the group secretary, and then there was the 100 days of activism kind of project. What's that thing called?
NGBV collective.
The NGBV collective, right? And all of that. So can we do that? Like kind of just go through the pillars, because I think some of the questions that are coming from the room are, what did we do well and what did we not do well, right? So that we keep on kind of coming back, because then we sort of build it, right, from something. So,
Yes, and we haven't won the decriminalization of sex work.
So what am I predicting the 24 months?
yes.
But
Okay, all right. I have the short-term version. It's there, the 365 students, 23, 23. So now I have the summarized version, because that's evidence harmonization.
can we project the summarized? I need help.
From
Whose laptop is this?
Yeah.
I need to get the projector there, but there's like cables everywhere. I need to move the projector, but there's like cables everywhere.
You can remove my laptop.
Thank you.
I think as we're sorting that out, there's something important that came through of we actually left behind the abuse endured that day.
Yeah.
Especially if there are cases that were opened and never went anywhere. I think we need to be
Can you
intentional
send me
about picking those up
demands.
and getting
What?
answers
Demands,
to
yeah.
that. I need to sit with this.
We need the summarized version, eh?
The summarized version actually omits some of the things. Pretty sure I have them here.
Yeah, got.
You know what happened? That's when they edited it, and then this paragraph was not that. They were edited.
You must also normalize carrying the both of us stuff in.
What? I think we should have like little books of the demands.
I need to have them in the
No, but like, you know, something that you can fold. Like put in your wallet.
Yeah.
You know, like, yeah.
But remember, we used to have them on those like black placards, and we used to share a different demand every week.
Yeah. Those are the placards I'm looking at.
Yeah.
Placards I'm looking at. And I guess we lost the tracking of the demands with the understanding that the NSP in its entirety, right, comes from the demands and
Yes.
covers the demands. And that is why then the focus we moved to say these are the 6 pillars, and these pillars have got clear indicators and clear, framework.
So I must move this thing back.
But I like the idea of consistently going back to them. Sustaining.
Can you zoom a little tbit more?
Yeah, I'm also gonna try and make this thing bigger. I really do need help.
Okay. Right.
I should be fine. You know what? I'm trying to figure out how to get rid of this side.
Full screen.
Try.
You think demand one starts like that, like just widespread?
Sorry?
Like demand one starts like widespread.
Demand one was accountability, wasn't it?
See how it looks like here.
This is addressed there at the top.
Is it?
Yeah, that's Sims'
Is
address.
it-
So let's
I was doing well until I started this whole process. Excuse me, my computer is like as old as my child.
Just look at them.
So you can, while I'm trying to scroll, I think you can start.
This is from the NSP, right? This is the NSP version of the demands.
Is it?
This is attached to the NSP, right? And we are trying to check whether it
But
is.
this is the memorandum we handed over on the 1st of August.
My question is, demand one starts with widespread. So what
Can
is
you just see?
And that's what we gave Ramaphosa on August. It's what they gave us.
You know, you.
widespread?
It does start with widespread.
Widespread.
No, but where are you reading that?
Mm.
From the NSP or from the demands?
From the demands. Okay, it's the actual demands document.
Widespread. And it cannot be. I'm
That's
sure
an
it was GPV is widespread.
I think it
And
was saying
cannot-
GBV is widespread.
Yeah, it cannot
So
be tolerated
demand
at any
one-
level of society.
Demand one, a commitment never to appoint individuals
Mm.
who have been implicated or minimized because of consequences of GBV.
Uh-huh.
No, there's a part of a sentence that's missing, right?
Yeah.
In here, it's like it kind of starts in the middle. Can you see?
Before widespread,
Yeah. Because you see, if you
but
look at the
you're right,
second
it was
sentence,
around.
But can you read it there and then we'll.
no, these are shortened.
Those are
But
These are summarized.
let's read the summarized ones.
It starts there. This includes a commitment never to, but there is something before that.
I think it's an acknowledgement. Because I remember you wrote this, so this is this is your. You should know your own sentence.
And if that is
No,
why
yeah,
she is saying,
Huh?
based on what she has in her or
Mm.
understanding.
So because you see when you look at the second sentence, I mean they were kind of editing, so that's why sometimes I stop because there's something that I know this is what it was supposed to and then before it was. But you see the second sentence says this includes a commitment. So there is something that we were saying that is widespread and it cannot be tolerated. But I just don't want to say, that this is, we were saying something about government, like this kind of acknowledgement and recognition or whatever, that we were setting out an obligation, which includes the commitment. But what was that? You see what I mean?
No. The first, I remember, we said the first demand has to be set. And it has to be announced by the 30th of August 2018. So we did, the first demand was definitely the summit, and we made it intentional.
No, it's there. That sentence is there.
Yeah,
Honey, summit.
The summit demand is there.
yeah. So
But the beginning is like the anchor that then says the summit is included and then the other stuff is included. But let's find that. So you see now it's like different versions. It's like sometimes with the Bible, right? Other people have different versions of the Bible. So it's like, what are we fighting for?
I'm trying to find it. But while we find it, we can continue.
yeah.
We can continue while I find it. I'll do
Yeah.
that.
Okay, let's look at the other two things then that are specified. That we were talking about the appointment of people who minimizes the causes and consequences of GBV, because we remember at this time there had been cabinet ministers, right, that had said, certain things around. Karabo was before or after this?
Karaba was 2017.
So I think it was Malunda who was talking about the yellow gold or something like that. Right? And then there had been someone else also before that, because I think ANG came in later.
No, NG was after the NSP.
Yes, because that's when she was talking about how educated people don't rape or something like that. But we felt that people in power needed to understand how serious gender-based violence was or is. And so we shouldn't have people who kind of minimize, like the way they talk about it, that does not really understand or recognize that we have a serious problem with that. So in some ways, we are also calling for kind of screening, right? Causes and consequences to cabinet or to big state institutions. And we can ask ourselves how far we've done with that. And then there was the second commitment. But I think that was the one that if government, it's still an accountability and leadership question, that things will begin to change when we have people in power who really understand that we have a problem. So zero tolerance levels of some sort.
And I don't think we have, held ourselves to that demand. And I mean, there are things that we hear and we see and we read about that happens with people in power that they do. And we'll write letters, or say, but we've not really held ourselves to it. And I think when we have the accountability discussion, it's not about us, it's about the act itself. And I think those things are also important, not today maybe, but another time. How are we holding ourselves accountable to the things we demand? In following up to the things we demanded also.
I think when we were doing the webinars on the NSP and trying to think about the law, what kind of law needs to be passed to institutionalize the council, when it comes to a criteria for eligibility for council members, that was a demand that we continued with, but it was never put in the law, like the quality of the people that must be appointed, to the body. So this was more specific, like the Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. But I do remember that after this, I think it was the Women's Legal Center that engaged Parliament on this. Was it a deputy minister or cabinet minister?
Are you not sure about this?
The one who beat up a woman or something.
Oh, Duduzi Manana.
Yes. Yeah, because he was then removed, right?
Yes.
And I think he was the only person who was kind of held to that standard.
Because this is stage.
I think the reality of it is this. The reporting on progress towards realizing the 24 demands and implementing the NSP. As civil society, we've left it up to be done by government.
Yes.
Right? And even though they do invite a few selected organizations to make some input of the work that they do, it has taken the approach of profiling what organizations are doing than a civil society-led report of saying, Sisuke apa, silapa, indole says. And I think it's one of these kind of things that we should be saying leading to the 1st of August, right? When are we getting a civil society perspective of what has been done, what has been sustained? Indole is just as a hype, and then it fizzled and disappeared. And it's for all of us to see that the absence of a proper council is contributing to this thing of yenzeke another time, yenzeke another. So it contributes to that, and these are the things we need to really implement from an accountability.
And I think also from a communication thing, because those are the things we need to be communicating when we're talking about why this campaign and why this work is important. And those are the things we need to be highlighting. Like, this is what's going to happen if we get an act that looks like this. And these are the things we're going to use a handle on. And I think those are the messages we need to keep. And you'll say it again in Article don't forget it. You'll say it again for the grammar, you'll say it again. But more seriously, yes, you're right. And I think the danger is now when you look at demand number 2, a review of past national action. So why they fail.
Sorry to take you back. So we must take responsibility, right? We're not talking about 4 hours because if we wrote these demands, we had an open, like a responsibility to track them. And I think it's not too late, right? That we need to start. That says whether we do it like 6 months, 8 interval or annually, but to say what happened to demand, number one. Where, for example, Manana leads with that, yes, this happened, but these ones actually did not kind of happen. And I think that has to be a commitment to ourselves, that we keep vigilance over what has happened to the demand, because that kind of becomes part of our story. Because if we don't have a council that fits the purpose, the power is with the people. We need to have something, whether it's like the shadow council, we may not have the shadow council, because we know what the council actually needs to do. And if the power that we have is to speak out and all of that, let's document the things that we need to speak out on. Let's publish, these things. But I think if we can agree today, that would be a good thing, that whatever happens, whether they help us, whether they fail us, we will keep on to the demands, because the reason why we wrote the demands was to say we know what works to end violence, and this is what we demand. So every day, it's important that we say violence has not changed. The levels have not really significantly gone down, because the things that we said need to be done to end violence have not been done. So there is no response, right? So that we push back against kind of performative response, from government. Like today there's a march and then government is going to set up something new. Today, it's like what happened to the key or basic things that we said we needed to end violence.
So, three things that we said we need to really consider doing as we said going forward. One was, we said we need to,
The things we left behind.
the things we left behind.
Civil society-led tracking board. And I think what we need to then say is, do we want to get stuck reporting against the NSP or the demands? Because we've already left the demands in a farm expression in the NSP. Or we need to say, to document is the demands, and that's what we want to be tracked. I think those are the conversations we probably need to just align on.
I think another thing is that we need to show how much of the demands found expression in the NSP.
Okay.
Huh? Did you do that? Alright, I think that there is something that
Thing that is going to be shared.
yeah.
There's a knowledge program.
Alright, so those are the three for now. Yeah, for now. But I think those are the most important three.
The small booklets of the demands, the easy to carry revitalization terms, demands, those accounts. I think we said earlier, between those demands, you can make them something small and easy to carry, so that it's easy for us to, if it's just a business demands that you can afford.
Yeah, so that process question, do we want to go through them or just have a generic discussion?
I think we don't want to lose the objective of today, which is the answer and why it is important. So if we go through the demands, I'm not sure.
I think what we can do is a commitment to have more conversations around
the
actual, especially if we're saying that we need to have a civil society-led process of tracking those demands for ourselves. So I think what we can commit to is more conversations around the actual demands. So we'll find grasp money from the complete.
So number 2 is the one in the council, right? So
Number two is
perhaps
the council.
would it then work? Because there is one that's specific to the council, and then, but this was the beginning of the conversation, that number 2. Because with number 2, what we were saying was that first, we need to review past national strategic plans, because this is not the first time.
I think we should come here because I'm sorry, if I move it to you, it just comes back to me when I move, because it moves on its own.
Okay.
Yeah.
This was not the first time that we were developing a national strategic plan. We had seen them fail, right, a number of times. So what we were asking for first is a review process where we say, this collapsed because of this reason, this collapsed because of this reason, and all of that. So that's the first one. We wanted to understand why, after developing national strategic plans, then they collapsed. And then the Ministry of Women in the presidency that we ceased with convening of a national process to lead the review. And this was in the process of the interim steering committee, right after the first presidential summit, where now the process of developing the new national strategic plan actually came out. The terms of reference must include participation, which happened, we were represented, the relevant government and civil society. The process must also identify the individual and institutional causes of the failures and make recommendations. So we saw this in the National Strategic Plan, right? Because one of the things that the previous strategies did not really focus on was pillar 1, the one that we are fighting about, the one that got us here, right? Because the response was that there needed to be leadership, accountability, and coordination of the response. Because that's how we fix. Because in the past we had focused a lot on, this is what we want the criminal justice system to do, right? This is what we want the care, leading and support to do. This is what we want to do about prevention. But we were saying the fish rots from the head. We don't want people to be moved from pillar to post because today you are here, the Department of Health, they are telling you, we can't give you this form, do you have a case number at the police station, like that. Kind of when you go to the police station, it's like, go to the hospital and then come back with the medical report before, yeah, exactly. So we were saying coordinate, lead, right? Leadership, coordinate, and accountability. So we got that on paper, the NSP, right? And that's why the focus of the NSP is now this thing, the institutional framework that will then give us the council. But outside of the council is that we were now saying we need to have the interministerial committee so that everyone else who is implicated is able to sit together and make this conversation. And it's also linked to Demand 1, where we are talking about the kind of people that we actually want to be leading the response. So we continued to push. I think we're going to go back to the 24 demands for demand number 2, because demand number 2 is what gave us the NSP, right? To say, how do we resolve the problem? And I think this, hello.
Sinamanzi namafruits ngapetafuleni.
Siyabonga.
Anytime nangeva.
Thanks.
Thank you.
So perhaps we now go to the other demand, the one that focuses on the establishment of the council, because those are the ones. But I think it's important that when we look at this demand, we are able to see that this is a demand that actually gave us the interim steering committee, the process that developed the NSP, and then now we link this to the demand for the council because they came together. The kind of council that's in the National Strategic Plan is the one that we have asked for, but I just want us to look at the language that speaks to the council. What's that demand number? Is it 22? What is it?
can you go back to the summarized version? Okay, Rakela.
I don't know this one.
So that's the screening of the people who are leading. There it is demand 4. Right. Cool.
That was for the ends.
Yes.
Let's move from you want the cancel one.
No. This is the.
Okay.
This
The
is the.
NSP one.
They are
Yeah.
So all of these things are linked, right? Because we talked about the development of a national action plan, whose terms of reference. So the national action plan is another word for national strategic plan, right? Whose terms of reference will be determined by the review process envisaged under demand 2. The plan could be in the form of an update of the action plans that were not implemented. Furthermore, gender diversity as it relates must be integrated on GBV to broadly combat GBV and hate crimes. So this is a very specific call for the national strategic plan, right? That's then, so the process that we're talking about today is based on demand 2, demand 4, and then there is another demand that then talks about the council itself.
And the fund.
I think it's 6.
The
So let's go.
10,000 steps.
Yes. So basically what we are saying is we didn't just dream of this process. You know, we are not just going to government now and actually saying, where's our council? You know, where is the framework? This is how we started the conversation 8 years ago.
So we're gonna look at 6.
The establishment of accountability and oversight mechanisms to ensure that an adopted national action plan is implemented. Huh? We asked for this, right? This includes the establishment of an independent ombud on gender-based violence, a special parliamentary oversight committee, a specific inquiry mandate for the South African Human Rights Committee, also the Commission on Gender Equality, so all like the Chapter 9 institutions, right? So the oversight mechanism, what is that?
The council.
The council, right? We asked for that, and then asked for all of these other things. So where's the last one, the last demand that links us to the council? Let's just kind of go up. 246, that's what we are fighting for in the 24 demands.
And the NSP is pillar 1.
But I want us to talk about the re-victimization one because of the Amotoso case as well.
Yeah.
But when we come back, I don't want you to lose your train of thought.
Yeah, I mean, I think that goes to the criminal justice system, so that takes us to the other pillars. So I think if we can just stay on pillar 1. So it's like, what are we trying to do with this case? Because all the other pillars are important, right? Whether we have provided sufficient shelters, you know, whether the research, the interventions are evidence-based, like whatever it is that, right, that we said needed to be there. So all of those pillars are important, but today I think what we are trying to get is not fit for purpose. The response that government has put in place is not what we had asked for, right? Yeah, and all of that. Simonia, okay, the National Action Plan and all of that. So we have asked for an oversight mechanism. We are saying this one does not have teeth, right? Can someone just look for fund, because we also asked for fund, because fund also goes to number 1.
Yeah.
Which demand is that? So we need to know this. We
We know them, we should know the numbers.
You know? we need to know this like people know Johan 14.
That's why
Inhliziyo zenu mazingakhathazeki. Yeah? It's this 5. Okay, let's go to 5. Where is it?
No. Resuscitation of the joint monitoring committee.
Aha. This is still oversight, right? Because we are saying another body. Remember, we have mentioned other things like for oversight and all of that. If you look at these demands, there are so many things that we need to do to combat violence against gender-based violence, right? But you will see that the focus of these demands were on accountability, right? And the response, because we were saying the other things we have written, we know what they were, but you're failing us right there at the top when it comes to how you are leading, coordinating, and yourself being accountable for the response. This is another thing that still takes us to the first demand, right? Resuscitation of the Joint Monitoring Committee on the Quality and Life of Status of Women. This used to be a parliamentary committee. A prerequisite for committee membership is a proven track record on working on gender-based violence, The committee must develop a legislative schedule to assess the implementation of current legislation aimed at combating GBVR with a view to determining the role played by gaps in the law and the failure to implement the law. Did we win this or not? Come on. What was in the NSP? Welcome. Tell me we did this. We did this. Remember, when was it? What happened to gender-based violence laws?
Yes.
Yeah, 3.
Yes. The Amendment Act, the Domestic Violence Amendment Act, the criminal procedures on sexual offences, everyone.
Yes. From the NSP, Parliament was mandated, right, to do this, to go and review the laws, right? So as part of the NSP process, we had the 3 laws that were reviewed and then kind of adopted afterwards. It was a direct result of the National Strategic Plan. We won! Yay!
The fund is not in the wrong. The fund is not here.
Oh,
It's not here. It's not.
It's in the NSP.
It's in the NSP, but
Yes. So the NSP was able to win us more things.
Remember the demands were before fund to fund.
yes.
Fund to fund
Came afterwards. After the fight came afterwards.
Yes.
So, can you see how many are we counting? Direct, on the spot, on how many? 1, it's about the quality of leadership, which is leadership. We have 2, we have 4, we have 5, we have 6. Let's go. This is where our journey kind of started. We only have 24 demands, and the 5 that we have counted are about leadership, coordination, and accountability. So we were serious about this in the 24 demands, that's the thing that we needed to fix. Right. Anyone else who can find another demand that takes us to this conversation?
The rest are still the same.
Yes. Nothing else. Are you sure if I go there I won't find anything else? I am sure. This is that. Okay, so that's this story.
Come to an here.
We come to her on this one.
But having said that, some of the enforcement of the other demands actually requires us to have a council. So to make sure that these things are happening. For example, one of the demands that dropped off is the monthly publishing of negligent police stations. If we had a council, for example, we would have someone monitoring it to say, why is SEPS not giving us that report? But we don't.
Okay. So let's do these things here so that we close this session, right? We are saying, how did we get here, where we are now? Nice people like us who are taking our government to court. How did we get this? We were doing summits together, we were sitting together drafting the NSP. Why are we fighting in court? This is what we were talking about, right? A movement finds its voice, total shutdown, 24 demands, civil society declaration, first presidential summit. Building a national response, the plan, the 100-day challenge, and the COVID-19 response. Somewhere here, we're even writing to the JSE, we are saying fund the fight. From vision to implementation, you see, this is where we start now. The relationship going on, the rocks. NSP implementation where? Accountability Initiative, second presidential summit. Now, my friends, who remembers the theme of the second presidential summit?
Accountability.
Acceleration.
What are the other ones? Accountability?
There's about review.
Acceleration.
Acceleration
Amplification.
and amplification.
You were not there. And I think that's why today is important.
Yeah.
It is understanding that as we build this movement, there's a lot of us who are taking it forward who were not there. And we need to continuously have these sessions so that we understand and how we, yeah.
Fantastic.
And they're supposed to account.
Yes. So, who has an idea of what happened in the second presidential summit?
I can't remember anything after they fired.
After the what?
After they fired us, I can't remember anything.
No, they fired us after, so during. Okay. Anyone who was there? Who was the Gallagher estate? What do you remember? What do you remember? What do you remember?
I remember when SAPS was giving us a report on all the cases, and there were some that we were seeing in the stats were all wrong, and we were disagreeing with what they were delivering. And she was saying that some of the provinces hadn't sent in the reports, so we couldn't really, I think, follow up or check. There was no accountability mechanism basically for the police stations to say this is what has happened over the past couple of years, and they couldn't give us reports that were complete. Everything was incomplete. That's the one thing I remember.
What do you remember?
Morning, comrades. Comrades Longile, what I remember is I was working outside, but there was kind of disconnection somewhere somehow. After I was in your group. I remember how they structured the groups, which also caused kind of like people don't understand what's now happening because people wanted to engage in a certain way, but there were standards that were to say all sessions should be conducted in a certain way. So that only kind of like disconnected us because we came to your session knowing that you're gonna speak on these issues. But you also have found yourself kind of like tied up because you are there. You are part of the front people. And I remember many people walked out from the session because they couldn't connect. they couldn't express themselves because if you remember, you kept on calling us back and say, no, this is what we should be talking about, and we're like, no, but this is what we want to talk about. So that was one of the things that kind of like set us off at the summit.
Mariam, thank you. Mariam, you were there. You remember the caucus?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Was there another hand in here you want to talk about? Yeah.
Should I speak?
Yeah.
Shop steward.
Sorry?
Shop steward voice. Projection.
Let me stand.
Yes.
You know me better. Have I projected good?
Move towards the banner.
This way.
Yes.
So one of the main things that came out of the Commission on Accountability as well as the Council discussion was understanding from National Treasury that they had removed sections from the draft bill at that point talking to the fund, and their reasoning behind it had a lot to do with their internal policies. And so we had then spoken about engaging, and we had set up a committee that the Department of Women was going to come back to before the draft was actually submitted to Parliament. And they never contacted us. There were about 15 of us that had signed up to that. And then in terms of the accountability, there was also taking into consideration that the acts had to be within 6 months. The president had committed to having the acts go to Parliament. And so all of these processes were supposed to work hand in hand. And none of that actually happened in the way that it was all planned out during those commissions.
Yeah.
So another empty promise that's not related to the council, but that hurt my heart quite a bit, is that they promised us that they were going to end the DNA backlog by April of the next year, and they didn't do that.
So I think when it comes, yes, please, Simone.
I also remember what happened there with I think the thing was accountability, amplification, acceleration.
Mm-hmm.
I remember with the reporting that they had accelerated, what did they call them? Right after the summit. They had drafted a list, was not a long list of items that needed to be accelerated in the 6 months after the summit. Those things would be done. And
DNA was one of them.
yeah, and there was a lot, the bill I think was one of them. I don't remember the rest, but I remember that specifically that the bill was one of them. I mean, they did that with the bill before anything. I think before even that report came out. But none of the rest we actually haven't really tried in us. But I remember that report. I remember that.
Yeah.
So one of the things that happened at the summit, one, the structure and the approach and the design of how the summit and the conversations and the clinics was supposed to go ahead changed, right? And for various reasons. But the clinics that set, work was done. Lots of work was done. Okay? And there were clinics that were focusing on accountability. There were clinics that were focusing hours on the tech and evidence and research and there was the justice system. So while there was the big queue of questions being directed at ministers happening, there was also rooms of work being done. Okay? And that, as a result of those rooms of work being done, commitment made, consultations and input on what was understood, because I galanga public summit, there was work being done prior. There were then commitments which then led to this plan of what are the things going to be accelerated that are going to be moved and move forward, right? And the act was one of those.
Yes. So this clinic that we had, if you remember, we had spent months looking for the draft of the bill, the council bill. The NSP said justice must develop this legislation, but justice said they gave it to the Department of Women. And then Department of Women said they'd given it to Netland, right? So we were looking for this bill. And on the eve of the summit, we were told that there is a bill. And Minister of Justice came and mentioned it. So when we went to the clinics, we now had a version of this bill that we were talking about. And that's when we started to see that things were missing, right? And this was being co-chaired the clinic by ourselves as well as the Department of Women. They had already, if you remember, government had come in there with reports of what they had done in relation.
And there were lots of lies in those reports.
Exactly, right? Because they were assessing themselves. And there was a lot of information that was not part of the National Strategic Plan. And that's when we started talking about the deviations and distractions, where they go and they do things in the name of GBV, but it's not what we have agreed to as part of the plan. And so we were saying, why are you repenting on this? Because these are not indicators, these are not milestones, because this is not what we said we were going to do, right? So we are talking about this because we need to remind ourselves and each other that this is where the things actually started going wrong. So at that summit, it was the first time where we called out the deficiencies in the draft bill, because that's when we were presented with it. And then all the other kind of parliamentary processes. Because if you remember, we said to the department, these cannot be what's going to Parliament, right? Because it doesn't have the things that we have agreed to. The whole point of coming to this summit was to amplify, accelerate, and account. And as part of that accountability, you need to withdraw this bill as the department that's responsible for it, go and fix it so that we can move together. Because if it doesn't have the things that we have been talking about the whole time, how are we going to do it? Does anyone know what happened? Does anyone know what happened? The various meetings? Pillar 1 meeting of the NGPVF collective happened. Department of Justice came and said our hands are tied. Once a bill is before Parliament, there is nothing that we can do. We came back, that meeting, we contradicted them. And we said, that's not true. We provided them with examples of bills that had been withdrawn by different government departments. Because there is nothing that stopped them. It was only political will, right? Because we were saying, if Ramaphosa himself has to go there and physically remove it, let him do it, because it's him who's been calling us to this summit and then making these undertakings. What did they do? They refused. What did they say we must do? That we must go and stand in line and make submissions like everyone else, because they have called, there's a call for submissions to Parliament. So all of these processes that we had been part of, like sitting in these meetings with them as part of the Presidential Summit Planning Committee, sitting in this interim steering committee and agreeing that this is how we were going to do things, they were not engaging with us in that way. Like people who had created a relationship, who have been talking about these things, they are simply saying, in South Africa, this is how we pass laws. So go to Parliament. There's no relationship between us as the movement that has been working together, and you go and you start from scratch, right? So this is part of the reason why we are actually going to court, because people say, even if you make submission in Parliament, Parliament does not necessarily have to give you what you want, right? Because they take into account different kind of considerations. But we are saying there is this notion of public accountability, right, by duty bearers. And this is the law that we want to actually develop. We are not saying that everything that we have asked for, they must give to us. But we are saying this, if you have agreed to people about the kind of council that you are going to have, about the kind of institutional framework that's going to lead the response, all of these things that we have taken from the 24 demands to the NSP, if you remove them, at the very least tell us why they are not there so we understand. Like Treasury said this, COGTA said this, about the different kind of levels of government, so and so said this, and we convince each other, right? With evidence and all of that. But to unilaterally remove things that we have talked about over a period, right, of over 5 years, it's more than disrespect, right? It's the refusal to exercise good governance, because this is a governance issue. If we are going to spend all our times meeting with these departments, with government, and all of a sudden you just walk away from us like you don't know us, it's like, go there, make submissions to Parliament, they will or they will not take it.
And I think the other thing that we also do not want to lose out, in the document that was submitted to Parliament, it said they did consultations through the provinces, right? And when you do a consultation, you take what comes out of that conversation into account, right? It's not just that they say attendance register. And when they said, let's go stand in the queue, we went to the queue. We did the submissions to Parliament. We did the presentations to Parliament. We asked for the evidence of these consultations and the reports from these consultations. We're still waiting to do. We do not have those. And it talks to what you are saying of this continued disrespect and certain things that are just done as a checklist. Because we went and we stood in the queue.
I mean, really think about this. We are here, we are together, we are working on the NSP. So government's thing was, after the National Strategic Plan was published in 2020, they disbanded the interim steering committee. And this is one of their favorite things. Civil society is divided and all of those things. Like, there are people who are not divided. Huh? It's them who divided. Right. So they said they don't know who to talk to. They are representatives of civil society because they fired the interim steering committee. So they started engaging with us as the presidential summit planning committee, because remember we had elections and we said these are the people that are going to represent us as we go forward. Our friends, can we tell you something embarrassing here? We are sitting there every Friday morning at 9 o'clock, right? We have no idea where this draft bill is. We are asking where is it and where it's not. They took it to NetLeg. Can someone tell me where has NetLeg been in the picture? They had it there at NetLeg. The people who are working on gender-based violence and femicide had no sight of this draft, even though we were working together. At the highest level, the presidency. We saw this at the summit this time. You understand? That it just goes beyond it. If this is what we have been building from 2018, how is there an element of surprise about what is contained in this draft bill? How are we not sitting together and actually saying, are the things that are in the National Strategic Plan here in this draft? Because that's what we have agreed to as the response to ending gender-based violence and femicide. Right? So that's how we are here, having participation, written and oral submissions of the bill, promulgation, growing calls for accountability, because now we actually understand that we have been taken for fools. So the summit happened in November.
I feel like from the government, disrespecting us and lying to us is their strategy to silence us. Because this country,
If you can just speak up a bit for the...
this country on its own is not consistent in anything. So when they're telling us to go to parliament and go to the lines, they know eventually we'll get tired and not doing anything about it. And then, now in 2020, the demands, we crushed them, and then now in 2020 we focus on what declare GPV as a national disaster. We have forgot about the other ones now. Now we are focusing on this one. When we haven't solved those ones.
We never forgot. We were still fighting in 2024, 2025. Okay, so I'm going to tell you like a very, why it's become a funny story about consultations. So they fired us in 2023.
Yeah, 2023 April.
At the end of the summit, right? They said, you are the Presidential Summit Planning Committee.
The summit has happened.
Did the summit not happen? So, what are you planning? It's over. Bye-bye. Where did they go?
And again, Swangi, there's this thing that we always shy away to say, unpaid work that civil society does. Because the work that was done in 2018 in the second summit, and having you guys, our people, working hard, unpaid work, and all the work is given to someone else, and you are no way in the pit. That also kind of like causes division. Because remember now, when you are in, we voted for you that you represent us. Now we go to the summit, it looks like us and you guys. Now it's like, oh, Bama, they are no longer with us. Then that's how they work hard to divide us. They put you in the pedestal as if these ones are our favorite people, we are paying them. It looks like that. But we will find out later that actually our comrades have been doing this work for free for so many years. And I remember many of the comrades from the call to action started like, I remember I committed that I will never attend any summit after the second summit. That was my commitment. Because I saw how things happen and I felt like this can't go on. But I'm here again to say, Asuran.
But I mean, I think civil society has to be honest and know themselves, because sometimes the perceptions or the anxiety, because here there was really no government. Call to action had multiple consultation processes, even developed a civil society toolkit for engaging in the summit. There were things that were prepared for Pillar 1, Pillar 2, Pillar 3, Pillar 4, Pillar 5, Pillar 6, by the very same people who were in the Presidential Summit Planning Committee. So to the extent that people may have felt that there's us and them, that there are people who are in government, it's like, what's the basis of that? We met, civil society slept in hotels working on those documents. We had a stall at the summit to talk about our demands, for the summit.
The QR codes confused us.
The QR codes were confusing, but the information was there. So I think that's kind of the things that civil society will need to actually get right, that when you have representatives that are in the room, you have to hold them to account. They have to give you information, and if you have made a call for information, whatever, and they don't do that, then there's a problem. Because it's very abusive to be elected into a position and do all the work that we did with society, civil society, and all of those things. And then people are just like turning on you, oh, you think you work for the presidency, oh, you think you are important, and all of that. And it's like,
The free badges.
yeah, it's like, what is it that we have to give civil society that we have not actually given, to civil society? So I think there is that work of trying to find each other and actually supporting each other when we have sent people to go and do work for civil society. So yes, let's hold each other accountable, but people who have been sent to represent us do not become our enemies, unless they act like they are. Yes, please.
I also think the speech of the president, we should include the government is only the first thing. Because when you want to hold people accountable, nowadays move
From this department to the
to the next.
There's another hand here.
Mine was not out.
Okay,
But,
you're just doing something else.
I was just trying to direct you to the.
Okay, sorry.
But I'll just say something.
Okay.
So when I went to the bathroom, I had a moment to reflect.
Yes.
I think I'm just going to speak on a perspective of a human rights failure, right?
Yes.
We always say human rights are constantly moving, right? While we look at gender-based violence and femicide itself, that is constantly, facing a huge backlash. And these backlashes are actually not just committed by the community itself, but caused by civil society on its own, right? I'm looking at the same 24 demands, right? And I'm like, it's been years where we keep speaking about the very same thing. And these are not just happening within just the gender-based violence sector, but it's also happening in other sectors, I'm trying to understand how then, I'm trying to put this the right way, I don't want to be very insulting, right? Because I feel like sometimes we're foolish.
Say no.
We are foolish. We are foolish to understand the political ideologies that are behind that we betray on our own.
Say more like I'm not telling you. Tell us.
We are betrayal. We betray our own political ideologies.
In what way?
And
No.
I'm trying not to insult anyone. I'm very insulted sometimes. Okay, so let me just go back to let me an example what Norma mentioned earlier on. We spoke about how people are getting paid for unpaid labor, right? Labor work within the gender-based violence and femicide, right? And we expect people to go and do the right legal frameworks, commit themselves into certain areas, but yet we are inconsiderate. We are inconsiderate of how other people live in their own political views. I don't know if you can.
I got the other one, just the last one. Like, what do you mean about people?
When I'm saying inconsiderate, I feel like we inconsiderate around people's political views and understanding of how gender-based violence and femicide looks like in terms of different dimensions. It's not just, we spoke about gender diversity, right? We spoke about labor. We spoke about commitment to policies, legal frameworks, and so much more. But now the feeling of what I'm feeling is that we are not being honest with ourselves.
In relation to?
Hence, I'm saying political, our own political view and understanding of what we are really advocating for.
I'm sort of losing. Like, I want to hear which political view do you feel we've betrayed, for example?
I don't know the insult.
You won't because these are things that help strengthen.
You're safe. You're safe.
Okay, 100%, I'll answer it. No, I'm going to see straight. I want to shoot it right. But you went on and then you wrote 24 demands, right? And you said that you engaged with civil society organizations or grassroots initiatives, for example.
Yep.
And yet there was a whole lot of gatekeeping. Yes, right? I don't know if it makes sense now. There was a whole lot of gatekeeping. Where many people do not know of these particular demands, right? I'm making an example.
Okay.
They don't know about this particular demands. They don't know about these demands. It sits there on black and white. But yet we're sitting here discussing saying these people are something that we could have actually initiated by that time. Right? What happened? Why is this only coming now?
I think people have to take responsibility, right? If we understand the scarcity of resources, because I do know that I was not necessarily part of call to total shutdown. I saw posters online, I will march with you or whatever that was there, my body is not your crime scene.
Yeah.
Yes. This is my activist in me. I called people and I was like, who is doing this? Right? Kwezi said, I don't know them, but I think there's someone called Mandis. And then connected me to Mandis. I said to Mandis, I'm interested, let me know how to support you. Right? I wasn't a member of Call to Action. I didn't know what Call to Action is. Because this is what activism kind of calls to us. It was in June or so, or May, I don't remember. May. I went to a tiny apartment in Rosebank. Mandisa said, I'm going to invite you to meet with people. I could have felt intimidated. I came in, there's a group of women that I do not know. I introduced myself and I said, I support movements. You're not gonna see me at the march, you're not gonna see me anything. I can be behind the scene. Tell me what you need right now to make this work actually go, right? And so I supported two things, the development of the demands and also resource mobilization. So what I'm saying is then, after the summit, they invited me to different things, and all that I was doing, I was workshopping. The demands for different kind of audiences. So what I'm saying is, I want to hear someone who says, we organize ourselves here, and we said we want a learning space. I organized with this group, and no one gave it to us. Because this idea, like words like gatekeeping, so it's like I went there and nobody said. Because call to action before the summit, in 2020, when the NSP came out, we held how many webinars?
Was it not 14?
I think like 12.
12, yeah.
They were streamed, they are on Facebook, and everywhere, and we were going through this thing like
Line by
line, right? To say, it was during COVID, right? We were in lockdown, and we were saying, if people need to hear, we spent a lot of time preparing, but saying we need to disseminate this
information.
This national strategic plan because people don't know about it. We were on radios, we were everywhere. The same happened before the second presidential summit. We had different spaces with publicly, so it's either information is not flowing, or whatever, but the commitment of the people that are doing this work, because we understand we can't do this on our own, right?
Physically went to all 9 provinces as well.
So for me, the challenge is this. If you are ever anywhere, and I think as a commitment to going forward, I'll give you my phone number. If there was any time that you needed information about the 24 demands, the NSP, not fit for purpose, where did you ask? Because I know that there are people who are always ready to do this. And when we see each other, because for me, I'm saying if we are going to make accusations, it's like, let's present the evidence. That I tried to be informed, I tried to help the community that I organized with and worked with, and nobody came to support us. That's a challenge, because there is, even if there's no capacity to do it, at Call to Action we've got an advocacy group, and I know that every time we get a request for information, because we know that we cannot organize without information.
Can I ask you one more question?
Yes,
So,
please.
were you able to engage with gender diverse people? Because I realized this is also part of
There were
Sorry,
the
can I
representatives
answer
in the
this
group,
one?
yeah.
Okay, so in terms of I'm talking total shutdown. So originally in total shutdown, we actually in the national organizing team, we had a trans person who was actually helping us directly with liaison with the community, doing it through gender dynamics. So when you even see some of our demands, they specifically speak to gender non-conforming people as well as trans people. Over and above that, every single one of these demands, as I said in my first presentation, was workshopped through that group of close to 100,000 people. So that group was the primary place where those demands came from, and they were brought back when the final draft. So when everybody marched, they had this document with them that was populated in that. It's still there and lives there today. If you go to hashtag the total shutdown on Facebook, you will find this document, and you'll find that it was published in 2018. Over and above doing this, we realized it's okay, we can't just stick to just a Facebook group that is closed, because total shutdown is a closed group. Yeah? So we said in 2020, when we did the NSP conversations, we're not just going to talk NSP. We're actually going to start this journey from the beginning, exactly how we got here, speak to each and every single demand and how we got to each of those demands. I was one of those presenters, for example, and I remember presenting this document. That still lives on Facebook today. If you go to Call to Action and you go to our page, you will find that 12-piece webinar series. It still lives there. Any information that you need, you can still get today, as long as you have a small and a bit of that, you can be able to access it. At the time when we were even doing those webinars, we actually created a data-free mechanism for people to engage those webinars if they did not have it.
You could just call and listen.
You could actually call for free at our expenses, Call to Action, and listen into those webinars, as all 12 of them when they were going on. So the information is readily available, and it's still there. So whoever you organize within your community, please can you go to Call to Action's pages, just scroll down, you'll find absolutely everything you need, how we got here, why we got here, who was involved in getting here, how we've moved from there, where we are going, all of it, it's still there.
And after COVID opened, we were doing town hall conversations. I know a number we were doing KZN, training programs on all the NSPs. And Sasisenza physically, because we knew not everyone is going to sit and read a document. So we would go, and I know take with all aspects. And I know other provinces were actually doing the same thing. Same thing, even pre-summit, we were going to different provinces. When we were preparing to do the submission to Parliament, we were hosting similar things. So we do need to drive as individuals our own access and hook to information. But information we have tried, it might not be then that everyone reached it, but these are really rich.
Okay. So these are our platforms, not fit for purpose, because Call to Action is an organization that has got members, but we didn't want this to be just like a call to action, thing, and that's why we have rallied with other people who are not members of Call to Action. So Not Fit for Purpose is open to everyone who wants to be a member. Facebook, you find the information there. Call to Instagram, what's that one? TikTok and Substack. But that's how, so follow the platforms, join the campaign, but more than anything else, reach out. If you have an activation and you need a resource person, we will look there because we have capacitated other people to go and actually talk about this. So even if you want to be a trainer, right, on this process, because we're not always going to be available, we are happy to convene that space to train the trainers so that you can actually go back to your community and continue letting people know. We understand information must be free, otherwise we will never be able to build a movement. So that's important. So thank you very much for raising that, because then now we can just talk about all these various ways which you can access the information. So thank you. I know where your hand is up.
No, I was going to share what we did as an organization. With the NSP, because there were no resources. After the second summit, we were hoping that there would be resources when we were attending NGBV programs to roll out their trainings. Then I watch how other organizations don't understand the NSP. I then called everyone because I had a document. I simplified the NSP. We called people to arrange a farm. It was many organizations, I still have the register, including the social workers. One of the social workers, it was so sad when she said she failed the interview. She wanted to move from NGO to go to government, and she was asked about pillars, and in her head she was thinking building pillars.
Oh, God.
So,
Pillars?
and after we had that conversation, I saw how important that was, and I know there were Isi Kusoma, many other organizations, including Kandega's organization, I forgot the name of it. Yeah, we had so many organizations on that particular day. So when you speak about also us taking initiative to say this is happening. I remember Pinky, at memorial service of Comrade Venita. I asked you, what happened to Not Fit for Purpose? Because since we had a meeting on Zoom, now it's quiet. Because I was like, no, you can't leave me behind. You see, you kind of like go and ask and find people, even if you see somebody posting something. It's so important if we are in the space to be nagging if it's nagging. To say, I see something new, I want to understand what's happening, how can I be part? And
even when you run away, I bring you back in.
Yeah.
So
I'm so glad you
So I'm really happy how this conversation is actually going, because this is what the town hall, is supposed to be about, right? So they asked us to do presentations, so it's not like we have abandoned, we are going to talk about it, but I just want you to understand that we're still very much on course, because the whole point is about sharing information about the campaign. So not only just one side, but it's like how we get to work together in ways which are effective and actually move the work. So there is no coercion here or comment that is illegitimate. We are trying to build power, to build politics, and to develop a shared sense of how social justice comes about, right? So I just want you to feel free and ask any question that you want to ask, right? And contribute every kind of experience that you think can help us. So if you've got examples of how you've done this thing in your community, let's share that, right? But we just want you to feel comfortable, having this conversation. Because we are all organizers, right? That's why you are here, you work in communities. We want to share that, so how do we listen to what you are doing and then help think about how we can go and plug in, in those things that you are doing. So thank you. That's really.
I'm sorry to like kind of backpedal a little bit, but I wanted to go back to
Wherever you are is the right place.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. So I wanted to make I want to come back to us again for when it comes to civil society, right? Just coming from that side of Val, and being part of civil society, and unfortunately seeing how when we are thrown breadcrumbs, we fight over just holding a what you call an activity for a community or for a certain sector. So I come from the LGBTQI sector, and so we were asked to do something, to do some proposals and kind of like submit them and have our respective activities done, and civil society would be part of that, and would we would come from different organizations and support this sector, right? We unfortunately couldn't even reach an amicable solution, because now when it was our turn to kind of do something as a sector, it was questioned, how did the LGBTQI sector get to be picked to do this activity? Why are they the ones getting funding? So the reason, colleagues, I'm saying that I saw this thing, we want one thing, we are one body, but when someone is supposed to do something for their community, or we are supposed to act together, I'm sorry to say it this way, but I've always felt from that side, and excuse my language, when it comes to civil society, it's been, I feel like we are, and it goes back to what you guys were saying about the government giving you the answer of saying we are divided. I really agree with what they say, because we are, because if we couldn't even support one sector to do something within the community, which the CDBN, right, would have shined, civil society, yes, CDBN would have shined, whether it was one sector that was picked to do an activity, but we couldn't even get support from the whole structure, because it was like, no, it cannot be, that kind of funding cannot be given to the LGBTQI sector. How did you guys get this? Where we didn't get, you understand, I don't know if I'm making sense.
You are.
Like, it's like now, that whole thing couldn't happen, because other sectors were questioning, why are you the ones doing, I'll make an example, we were doing Transgender Day of Remembrance, and they were like saying there are more other important things than doing that Transgender Day of Remembrance on November. And for me, I felt, the same sector is homophobic and transphobic, right? And how then is this sector of the LGBTQI going to be morphed into one with the civil society forum, and us as a sector taking seriously on matters that we want to raise up, to be part of things like NSPs, beautiful NSPs like this. With that said, also, I kind of wanna ask the same question when it comes to having one trans person in the room, maybe being a voice for other trans. I always have issue with that, because I feel like at times, as you know, as women, we are in this room and we're getting many voices from different women. And then I'm just gonna make an example. It's two trans women, right? It's me and Taxi. And then you guys are doing something important as an NSP like this, and we just have one person from GDX who lives in Cape Town in a beautiful suburbs and something. We then kind of like lose the experiences of people in rural and township areas who happen to be trans. Because now you might have had Liberty, who lives in a beautiful suburban place and who might not understand what the trans women in the rural areas are experiencing, especially when it comes to GBV and femicides, right? Because I did a lot of work working for doing human rights under AFSA, and we were recording cases for trans people. So I was focusing on trans women who are sex workers and who are facing GBV and stuff like that. And I will tell you this much: none of those cases that I ever maybe gave to go to the police station or whatever, I ever saw anything happening. Even the clients never saw. It is what she said when she's talking about that you guys were treated badly there and you guys launched cases and nothing happened. And we can go back as from those 2017, and coming even now, like nothing really changes. So I think we as well as people, when we invite, because like I understand that some people do not have access to social media. I mean, I wish I was part of this. At that time, I didn't have access to social media, so I did not know about the movement, right? And I saw that, and I'm sorry to say, but in that side of Valne, we are left behind. We fall under the Gauteng department, but we are left behind with a lot of things. We just never, like when there are like matches like this, we wish sometimes they could maybe come to that side as we are part of Gauteng as well, because the women that side, it's so, like GBV is so normal. And so many cases of femicides that have went to police stations, and we have tried to track them and even ask them to take accountability. But there's no such. There's no way. You go there as an activist and you become their enemy now. Now that if something happens to you, no police station will want to help you because you're always pestering them to say take accountability. Take accountability of your actions. So I think I said a lot, but at the same time, I just wanted us to take accountability ourselves, because we are divided, and as much as the government says we are divided, it's the truth. We are, and we don't want to be responsible as well that this is happening within ourselves as well. Thank you.
Thank you for that information. So, I don't necessarily have questions, like answers to the questions I've noted there, the comments. The work that we are trying to do together, which is responding to gender-based violence and femicide, is complex as it is. And we come into it from different movements, right? So, when you are working on trans issues, there will be homophobia, right? That's the society we live in. It doesn't make it okay, and all of that. And so people learn to organize in spaces that are safe, and also when there is a call, there's also a question whether can we go there and not feel violated, because we know that these spaces say they are working on something, but the experience is actually different when one actually goes into the spaces. So I think this is important because it's like sometimes what we find in the spaces, sometimes we also enter the spaces with anxiety, because it's like, am I going to be accepted here? Am I not going to be kind of accepted, because of what's going on? And I think what we can say in Not Fit for Purpose, in call to action, right? So we're not going to speak for all other movements, that people are part of. Is that we have spent a lot of time trying to think about what it means to work cross-movement, right? Because if we understand that the violence that we are dealing with, as other people say, it's intersectional, right? That when you have different forms of oppression kind of come together, intersect, then it heightens, you know, the vulnerability and all of that. So it produces something different, right, from people who experience violence on just based on one ground. Like the only thing that you have to deal with is because of your gender, right? You don't have to think about gender identity. You don't have to think about your race. You don't have to think about your class. You know, you don't have to think about all of that, right? Because it's not only the exposure to the violence that we are talking about, it's also the response once someone has been violated, right? That also differs. So we say that when you work on gender-based violence and femicide, you have to be aware of this, because part of what you are saying the system must respond to is what you also need to respond to. So if you are going to discriminate in a movement, then what do you expect this will happen at the police station, right? Because it's basically that's the kind of thing that we are talking about. So I can only apologize for the things that you may have gone through, not feeling supported, you know, in movements, and feeling that you could have been able to do more if you had that support. What I can offer is this: movement work is very hard. I call organizing extreme sport. But what you need to know is that you got up in the morning, put your socks on, and said you were going to work to end gender-based violence, right? Everywhere we went, we are going to find distractions, we are going to find deviations, we are going to find opposition. But all that I ask people of to do is focus on the things that allow you to do the work. If you can have all of these opposition and then still able, because they are not saying you can't take the money, they will complain about it. The money is in your account, go do the work. Because the stories that we tell ourselves about who so and so said or did and all of those things, that can become a huge part of your focus, right? I work in call to action. I've got an advocacy group. It's an investment. When I tell you that it is possible to do this work in a context that's supportive, that is loving, you know, that is kind and caring, I don't lie. It's all comrades that I can call anytime because we have been working for a long time and we are saying that's not going to happen. If we hear someone is saying this or all of that, it's like, you comrades are going to protect you. I'm not even sending you to that meeting because that meeting is going to piss you off. It's like, let's find a comrade that's going to do what you can to remove yourself from danger, right? Because this work is going to make us whole, right? This work is going to lead us to, like, save, right? The distractions cannot be our focus.
Yeah.
Because when we are distracted, what happens to gender-based violence and femicide? Right? So I know it's hard, unless there is something that you think is going to happen, right? Or if people are complaining that you receive money, if they are going to take your money, that's the fight worth having. If they're not going to take your money, that's not your fight. That's not it, right? Can I find someone that I can work with? That's our question in a movement, right? Who is sitting here helping me to take the work forward? In any movement, you know you are going to find people whose job is to complain. Right? And it doesn't mean that you stop listening to the complaints because some of them you know that are issues that are legitimate that can be resolved. But if comrade, you have known comrade, it's like everyday comrade is going to come and say, the grassroots this, the grassroots that. It's like every work that you do, this is what's important, has got value, has got meaning. Right? So in your
corner, wherever you are. It's a song we used to sing in school, right in the corner, right? Everything that you do is meaningful, is worth it. That's how we are going to. I don't want to go to parliament. I don't go, right? Because that's not me. We are going to send people. I don't want to have a seat because I have got my little corner. That's what I do, and that's what I like. That's where I shine bright. Fine, we call these little pockets of activism. If your job is to go and visit families that are bereaved, like your Tidisa, be the best in CDC there is. If we call you to a meeting and we say, what does it mean to support bereaved families? You are an expert and no one is going to take it from that. You go to the internet, you research the things to say, the way to approach them, and the kind of support, that you can provide them. Because everything that you do matters. Because whether people are in Johannesburg or they are in City, it's like there are people who are doing this work of care, support, and healing. You may not have framed it as Pillar 4, but the world will see it because that's in the NSP, right? So stop thinking that other people out there are doing important things. Where you are placed, you can do the most important things, like where you are. You don't have to leave, right? You don't have to leave. You don't have to go anywhere. It's like right here, I am. Things don't just happen here in Johannesburg. Anywhere they can happen. That's my little thing. Right in the corner where you are, because all of this work is work that matters. Whether you are thinking, shelter is not the people who are putting people like rooms to kind of sleep in, right? You need to understand the work that we are doing. So, unfortunately, today we're just looking at accountability, coordination, and leadership. But when we go, because we provide services, right? Most of us are service providers, right? Criminal justice system is Pillar 3. How do we help people, to access justice? You can be that little bridge that facilitates access, to justice. Those police people may be upset with you, but if you say other organizations that provide legal assistance, so that the police station actually knows that if they ridicule, because what's the job that they have to do? They have to investigate, prosecute, punish. Yes. If that's not what they do, part of your job, if you are saying I help people to access justice, is to know if justice has failed at this level, this is where I go to. They say the wheels of justice move, but the arc bends towards, you will find out. So what is important is, you have seen what's happening at Makanga, right? That is IDEP. That's where we report the police, right? We are seeing what has happened, right? It has come out. Why? Because people documented, because people reported, because people did all of that work. So when you are a human rights defender or activist, your job is, this is what happened, a little thing that you write for yourself, and it's like, this is a report of this police station. It's not a story, it's documented, because then it says to someone, you need to investigate this, right? Trans women are routinely violated, and what we are seeing here, it's not just one story of what you went to do at the police station and you were not helped, but it's an advocacy. Like when you do something, think about it as an advocacy. It's a project, right? I do this. This is step 1. We talk about theory of change. This is step 2, and then it stops being a story. It's when someone calls you and says someone has been beaten up, what is that? A project. It stopped being just a phone call. Because then you are not frustrated because you know what? People have human rights, but human rights get violated. And these are the various ways in which human rights are violated. And therefore, this is what I do. Even if you have a little thing in your bedroom, like wherever you work from, right? Step one, you report to the police. They don't do this, this is what you do. You know, like with call center agents, remember? But that's your advocacy. Everything that we do must have a plan. When I pick up my phone to call someone, I have to see that this thing is going to start here and it's going to end here. And if it doesn't get there, these are the ways to bring it back to its logical conclusion. So yeah, sorry, I have been preaching now. I feel like I have been there's a hand here, there's a hand here. You know what we have done to you? Brought you here, we did. You saw I gave you water, like sit here and gave you fruit. I said no break. I know that our food is ready.
I was going to say let's eat, but I was also going to say in leading us to food that so much came out of this the last hour that can bring us to where we are going. I think when we come back from lunch is what we need to really focus on. When you talk about the Madlanga Commission, you know, like how this thing started and like the first case that I think it was the money from television. There was there was when I looked at them like, but where are the health activists? Because that's your money that they're talking about. And we want to get to a place where we come and they're not looking at the Madlanga Commission about how to be a and we need a council that's going to prevent us people who are sitting there watching our money, buying Lamborghinis and expensive shoes. Because without
Skinny jeans.
it's they bought even millions and millions of it. So we need to get to that point.
What's the time now?
The council
12:36.
Yeah, so let's say food is ready. So let's say
13:30. 13:30, 1:30.
Yeah.
Come back.
So
That's
it's
good.
going, there's still technical questions about the act. Should we start there when we come back?
About the act.
Yes.
Okay, fine. We'll start that because I was going to make a presentation, like a little presentation about, so we talked about the history, we talked about our organizing, and then when we come back, it's about the process of kind of going forward. And so the act is there, like those deficiencies in the act, like what's wrong in the act, and then why we think what we are trying to do is going to fix, you know, yeah. Thank you all so very much, you're amazing. I don't know if we should have gone online. I don't know if we should have. Welcome back. While Simonia is trying to project, I would like us to, you found it and then you're trying to project it. So as we continue to do the work, we spend the morning talking about how we got here. So now we are moving to where are we? Where is here? Right? Where we have now reached and where we plan to go. So some of these things are going to be reminders, but I want us to quickly go through it because this is not a space for presentation. We're supposed to be in conversation, right? But our advocacy is as strong as our ability to articulate our demands. So we need to be a movement that understands what has gone wrong. So when we say government has failed us, we need to speak, talk about specific things that we had agreed to and that did not happen. So our feelings aside, we talked a lot about being disrespected and all of that, but if someone asks you now to go into detail about what did government do wrong, where did they deviate, and all of those things, we need to know, right? And Horstead. The people online are asking for the PowerPoint, so they're not here, they want it online. Okay, we'll give it to them.
Just want to send it to me so I can just share it.
Yeah, but when they come then you talk
Okay. So we are saying most of the things, so there are the 24 demands. We have been translating them into different kind of policy documents. We had the declaration from the summit. So don't let people ever tell you that we sold out on the demands. We have been intentional about moving the demands to different processes. We may not have been vigilant about how we are monitoring the language of the demands lives in the NSP, right?
Can we find a healthier laptop to operate from?
No, we must find one with a battery.
This is very helpful.
It's saying it's got no battery.
Just a battery. Right.
Madam, which Zoom did you use for this?
The National Strategic Plan, I'm going to get you Oreos, so the ones who put answers to this. Oreos, that's my one. The council needs to have representation from government and civil society. How many percent was civil society supposed to get? That hand went up very fast.
She wants these Oreos.
These Oreos. 51%. 51%, that's what the NSP said. How many did we get in the legislation?
We're sharing corporates.
Less than. We have 7 ourselves.
Ma uthi basirobhe ngangaki?
Mona, I sent you the link on WhatsApp.
So that's what we are going to talk about. The promise was 51%. We are going to learn here how much, what changed. Right. What else was promised about accountability? The pillar.
So I can't. My phone's off. So I've sent it to your Miriam did in the presentation.
So these are the promises from the National Strategic Plan. You see, all of these things have been consolidated here. The 51%, that was the agreement. A strong accountability pillar, that's where we were talking about the president as a champion. There was going to be an inter-ministerial committee, an IMC that responds to gender-based violence and femicide. Although they've been gaslighting us, acting like IMC is the other one that works with net joints, and the one that works on intelligence, so that's why they can't tell us. The NSP talked about an inter-ministerial committee for gender-based violence, not the other ones that exist because they are different inter-ministerial committees. An independent council. Who knows what they have said now about the council? Is the council independent? What do they say about it? What is this? What are the powers that they are saying the council must have? What are they proposing? Advisory. Huh? Advisory. We wanted an independent council that can hold government to account. Now they want it to advise. Can you see how we are running away from accountability, my friends? Huh? We said we want the response to be connected from national, provincial, and local government. What did we get? What is the name of the legislation? National Council on gender-based violence and femicide. Did we build in this legislation what's in the NSP provincial structures? No. Local government? No. See? Coordination across government departments? Did you see it? No. Sustainable funding, did you see it? No. Asaropi. When we say Asaropi, Asaropela. Sivumelene, and they didn't give us this. It's like that. What's the answer? What's the answer to this question?
Nothing changed.
Ungalokubuza kunabantu abaphethe amaplate la. Do we have plates? No. Answer will no Kera. Did the final act create the institution envisioned in the NSP? No. So is this legislation fit for purpose? No. Not fit for purpose. Say, asiqaleni. Basizobenja. NSP, we talked about independence. What does this legislation do? La kubovu khona danger. The National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. They said we will have an independent group. What did we get? Ministerial control. Yes. Independent because it holds government to account. This one says government is in charge. President is the champion. That's what we said in the NSP, in line with the demands. What does the legislation say? Reporting has shifted. Government, president is not even mentioned in the legislation. Strong oversight. That's what we were fighting for, right? From the 24 demands, we went through the demands you saw. That's what we were looking for. A body to oversee. What are they giving us now? Advisory function. That's us. So that's the first concern. The independence of what we have been fighting for has been weakened. So we have been given something that just does not make sense. Number 2. Civil society, the role has been weakened. So we had 51%, but now we have to share with the private sector. 7 seats. So we no longer have the majority. Why did you want more seats? Because civil society includes labor, organized labor, academia, and all of those things, right? So now it still includes all of that, and they went and they added seats for the corporate sector and development partners, so we have less, right, than what they have. Accountability gap, interministerial committee, they've removed it. Why did we want an interministerial committee? We wanted to deal with coordination between the different ministries, right? You don't go to MPA and then this is what they are telling you. You are saying we need to have an integrated response. This is what victims of violence can go through, right? So you don't have to go and fight your fight in the justice delivery system. And then, I'm telling you, your winter wardrobe will be sorted out. Let me see my patient is down. The 40s, even me think I've never owned a scooty before I started doing it. So, accountability is weakened and the reporting lines are changed. Remember, we now have got more ministerial control. The president is no longer the champion. The IMC has been removed. And then this weakens accountability. Can I ask you something? Has anyone ever seen this document before? No?
Oh, we've seen that thing many times.
Okay. Remember when I was saying that thing about Bibles? This is the NSP. When we say our NSP, we mean this, right? When we say there are 6 pillars, we mean this. When we say there are institutional arrangements on the institutions that must work together to defend us, they are here in chapter 3, right? It's available online. We are going to send you this. Does anyone still have copies?
The SIBS had.
Okay, we will find out.
Hey, we've been giving these things away.
But some of the people are meeting for the first time today, so we don't know who you gave it to. But when I say this, to advocate for gender-based violence and femicide, because this is our commitment, this is our response. In advocacy and activism, this is the equivalent of a Bible petition.
It even has our faces on it.
Yes, most of our faces are here. You need to know this like the back of your head. Because it does not only set out the pillars, it also sets out the milestones, the indicators. We will know that we are doing well when we have done this. Now, the life cycle or the span of this document is 10 years.
2030.
2030. Yes, it came in 2020, 2030, yeah. And that's why we needed council legislation that will institutionalize these arrangements forever. Because we are saying this is what works. So interministerial committee will be permanent. The president will always be the champion. Accountability will always work like this. Now that all of these things are not here, in 2030, they don't have to respond to this. This little document here has a 5-year kind of assessment milestones. 5-year was last year, 2025. So there were things that we were supposed to have achieved by then. My friends, I don't have to tell you how it is. If the council that is supposed to drive this does not exist because of all the problems, pieces and court system, 4 years ago. It's actually 3 with some few months, 3 and 9, or 3 and 8. So I need you to base your demands and your advocacy on this. So one of the things that they always say, they have that lie that we are divided. But the other lie that some of us help them to perpetuate is that we don't eat. So they can come to us, Maje, and they say they have an activity. But we won't take them to the NSP and say, okay, fine, you've called us, but what is this for? Where does this sit? That's the language that we must speak. Right? Because these 6 pillars are our commitment to changing the direction of violence in this country. They tell us like the kind of programs that we need to have because it is based on evidence. You don't just call a meeting and then you say you're doing advocacy for gender-based violence. When we say our interventions must be evidence-based, and that's why we have a research pillar. On, like pillar 6 is our research pillar, right? That says we have to understand this. If we are saying alcohol is responsible for violence, we need to understand how, right? Because then, if we are saying Abuvalwe, we are saying to what end, right? What are we doing, right? Because sometimes people have things that they think about as solutions, right? That can be harmful. You know, many people, when they hear that someone is a victim of violence, they say, why am I harmed? Why don't you leave? It sounds easy, right? But do you understand how this form of violence actually happens? Right? Yes. People who are in relationships don't necessarily want to end them, they just want the violence to stop, right? So they are not stupid when he says, I have changed, you know, I'll be better, you know, sometimes I was just going through stress, and they go back.
It was unemployment that made me do it.
But it's so disempowering of us to act like the person who experiences violence does not have a choice. They know that their lives are at risk, so when they go back, there's a testimonies. Yeah? So that's not an intervention that is actually helpful, right? Because you want to support her decision so that you are saying, I understand actually when you think you can make it better, but you don't want to close the door, right? You want to say when you are ready, you can always call me and you will find a way for you to leave. So that they are not scared. They are all quite there, I got some police. Because victims can sometimes gaslight you.
Yes, they do. Actually, they do. They do.
But those are the things that keeps the cycle of violence in motion, right? And all of those things. So sometimes we think, Tina, I'm not gonna harm you, ladies, right? But you need to understand what makes this violence the way that it is, because if that's easy, because then you have to do research. Research tells us 75% of women who are murdered in intimate partnerships. It's when they are trying to
Yes. Yes.
Yeah? So that process, when you right? So that's why our interventions must be based on research. It's like, do we have a safe space? Do we have things to help negotiate, this situation before it turns volatile? This little Bible here talks to us about prevention. How do we prevent violence? So mina nengqondonyana yami la ngicabanga khona hayi mina ngayisolve violence because yahanjwa ngesoshaleleni. You need to understand, right? So I'm showing you this. We are going to send it to you. Just have it, download it. If you want to know more about the peer, there are people who struggle to understand, but what I'm saying is, think about the work that you do every day. Not everyone that you go and do an office, I promise you. There are 6 pillars here. Pillar 5 talks about economic empowerment, right? Your job is to find out what does this actually mean and how it contributes to ending violence, right? What are the things that I can do? If you're saying I am doing care, support and healing, go to pillar 4. That's where pillar 4 is, right? What do I need to do to contribute to this pillar? So this pillar is not just saying go and do care, support and healing. It's got indicators, it's giving you tangibles that in order to contribute to the solution, this is the kind of care, this is the kind of support and healing that we need to do, right? Prevention. It tells us where this prevention needs to happen and how, right? So it's got these indicators and milestones. This is why this is our Bible, because sometimes the things that we think contribute to the response, sometimes they don't. I mean, people who've got brothers. Yeah? Before you know it, who's going to pay for this? Is this preventing violence?
No, it's making it worse.
Right? But as our friend to them, this was the solution to ending violence. Right? Read this so that you can tell people this is what you mean by preventing violence. Women get killed in this country. As they lie there dying, you see their bodies. People blame who?
Women.
The ones who are
dead.
Yes.
Right? It was her fault.
That's what was the money on Monday happened.
Yeah.
And this person doesn't even look like he had money when he was going to But because he has killed, somehow he has killed women, then somehow he had money. So this is because they need to have money that these women want for them to kill these women. Right? Our job is to deal with these stereotypes, right? That women who are murdered have actually done something wrong. That is a body of work that someone should be doing, right? If you are a social media person, that is like work that needs to be done by someone else. That says, can you see that when you say these things, you are apologist? You are normalizing violence, you are legitimizing it because you are giving it excuses by blaming the person who has done it. This little book here tells us that this is the work that we have to do, right? And all of that. It helps us to unlearn the things that we think contributes to violence, because how many times have we listened to this kind of normalizing behavior, right? As someone went on a date, that's the most normal thing for people to start the relationship. Boy meets girl, girl meets girl, you go out, you know. It's like, that's how people start the relationship. Like, why in South Africa is it acceptable that people actually want love? People want to be in relationships. In broad daylight, girl left her house what time? 3 o'clock p.m. Within an hour, she is lying there dead. She told her friends, call me, I am meeting, and this is it, I'm going to be there. Within a short space of time, her friends were like, she's unreachable. Who gets blamed in South Africa? Why when I put on Uber, right? So every day it's about what victims should have done to prevent the violence, but not conversation with what the perpetrators should have done, right? So it's these conversations, right, that this pillar says we must have about prevention, because we need to have language to rebut, to oppose these things. When people start blaming, this is us, we should be there on their Instagram and all of those things, and then telling them, you are normalizing violence and all of those things. Because you see these things, you get so overwhelmed, right? And all of, because then you realize that this violence is not going to stop because people actually support it. You see women doing like videos. But it's in front of my daughter. This is a black. Right?
That's what they say.
The attack on slave queens.
Oh, emotional funny weave. So my friends, I am saying you here, this, our little Bible says we have 6 pillars to respond. We need to know how to do. Even there is no work that is small here. You understand? Even if it is not, whatever you are doing to contribute, if you are doing it well, because you understand what needs to be. Even if it means you meet kids, by 10. Talk to them about autonomy over our bodies. Right? Like what it means to respect someone's body. What are they saying to us about perpetrators and their ages? The ages of perpetrators in these countries are
Little ones,
10-year-olds are
12-year-olds.
Yeah. How do we prevent violence? How do we engage with 10-year-olds and actually tell them? Why is a little boy in tears because he's wearing a pink jacket and other people have teased him to see on a gown? Why is that so upsetting? Is our friends, right? So what I'm saying is the national strategic plan may not be perfect, but it gives us an understanding of what we need to be able to do. So let's go back. So I need you, I'm going over about this because I actually need you to have this. I need you to have it because otherwise you will be fake. Exactly, right? Fake it till you make it. Yes, this is going to be cool, it doesn't happen. Right, I turn the microphone. Right?
Yes, that's true.
There's the webinar series that's available. There's the webinar series that's available. So essential
for people who want to learn.
People who want to learn.
It's there. So it's on Facebook. So we'll share the link right and all of
YouTube,
those.
everything.
Pillar 1, Pillar 2, Pillar 3, Pillar 4, Pillar 5, Pillar 6.
So what we'll do is after this, I need to have everyone's emails, we'll send like a resource.
A resource pack to know.
Yeah.
This fight needs abantu abanjani? Avile.
So wait, I have a question.
Yes.
This is not our first industry, I need to just know that, right? This isn't our first industry. How do we make sure this is one of our last industries? Because now we know that the period for this ends, but we don't have the structures that we're supposed to implement this.
That's the legislation we are fighting for.
Yeah, so if we do get the, and we will because we're going to fight for it, right? Say we do get it and it's 2029, 28, I don't know how long this process is going to take. How do we make sure that this still gets done even after that?
Because this work moves to the council, right? So that's why a council that is fit for purpose has to be the struggle of our lifetime. Because we will keep on writing and writing strategic plans. What we need is a body that knows. You can have a commissioner or whatever they call them that focuses on prevention, or a director for prevention. But these are the people who are doing the things that we are saying we need to do in order to prevent violence. You understand? But it needs to be there, institutionalized, and that's why we were saying we need people who oversee this in the 24 demands. So when did things start to go wrong? What started? When the interministerial steering committee was disbanded without transition, you know, when they say, oh, we don't know who civil society is. As if she and allow. And then afterwards they say they don't know us. Then the IMC, the Interministerial Committee role. So these things comes in April of 2020, the National Strategic Plan. About you, already.
To know, it's a thing of 2030. So, my name is Oyenza, any or
But for the what? That's why we are saying this one was the first one that we had fought for. That said there must be this institutional framework. So if year 6, we don't have the institutional framework. So right? And that's why our fight is not to develop another plan.
Until that one is.
What needs to happen is we can tell them to extend this one, the life cycle of this one, until we have the things that this one saying we must build. Anisha, they are going to invite us, and then we are happy to be invited. Says they apply. Right. Then remember, this thing happens in 2020, and these are the things that we are calling deviations and distractions. 2025, they are saying you have written, because that's how government works. You have drafted the National Strategic Plan, thank you very much, bye-bye. How we are going to implement it, we'll see it. And then from there, it's like, oh, but we don't have civil society, but there hasn't been a place. Because it made sense for them to disband the interim steering committee once the council has been set up, so that they can continue to work. Because this was a legitimate civil society kind of representation that came from the first presidential summit. So Bati, Mila, you finish Galena and then you must go. And then this thing of keeping us busy, because we also want to be busy. Now, June 2020, we've never heard of this interministerial committee. Some Verama newspaper advertise, they are setting up a trust, people must apply. Hawomzala, it trust Ibuya, Ayiko must go NSP. So what are we dealing with here? The interministerial committee said they are going to put up a trust because it takes a long time to pass legislation, it's going to be too long for the council. You know, we need to start implementing. And we're like, no, we don't want a trust, we want a council. So we had a campaign called We Say No. They didn't even tell us that they cancelled this grant. Yeah?
Just like hanging.
It just disappeared. Yeah? And then we were back there. No, they were doing this was just government. So we had to go and protest and say we don't want to trust the NSP. That was the beginning of the deviation. So if you work with governments, these are the things. Then they started, remember we won council, they said, no, we're just going to do something temporary. This 100 days challenge came up, and GBV collective actually came out, because it's like, we are waiting for all of these things, right, to happen. People, they are meeting, they're implementing their pillars, and then government starts saying, yeah, but this is like the council actually, this NGBVF collective. And we still don't have the council that we have asked for. But Anisha must keep up this.
Yes.
There's no one who is accountable here. Some pillars have got senior government people, others do not have. But it's not like these things go and then actually come back. It's like, okay, come. So it's like, like what we are doing, but we're excited. There's a 100-day challenge, civil society is participating, is out. Chigi, sebafikile futhi. There's money here. Huh? This is government. Private sector say they want to contribute and we don't have a council. We know you objected to the trust. We set up this private sector-led fund. You see this process is still ongoing. Eh? We have the GBVF fund. That is private sector-led. It's like yours is still coming. We are going to put it there in the legislation. Government is going to contribute, private sector, other development partners, and then it's like, that's the legit one that's here in the NSP. But we are telling you that's not that one, because we know you people make noise. Private sector-led fund. Interim measure, short term, is going to end. That was the beginning of 2021 when that was launched. Interim, no permanent.
It's looking very permanent.
Interim, no permanent, the GBV fund. Bengicabanga interim. Yona icabanga ukuthi interim manje. So the interim becomes permanent, whilst the thing that we are waiting to happen still does not happen. Because it's become clear that government has no intentions of setting up this funding mechanism in government in accordance with the NSP, because they didn't put it in the legislation. So the interim GBVF fund was waiting to be dissolved when the legislation came into force, because they were asked by the presidency to be a body or vehicle that accepts the money and then distributes it, because the need was still there, even if there wasn't. But for people, because we were there at the launch of this fund, it was very clear, that's what they said, the objective, that it's an interim measure to allow. And they go and they remove the funding mechanism, and now the talk is, but there is a GBVF fund. It's the private sector-led one. So then we start dealing with this fragmented funding. We had a webinar early in the week where Pinky was talking about all these different ways in which government has made funding available, which is quite funny. So government departments had to repurpose money that they had, but it's somehow made to look like new money has been injected into the response and all of those things. And we had been asking to say, can Treasury tell us where is the GPF fund kind of budget line? So even if it goes to different departments, but we are saying this is what our government pays to end, GPF. So there's this fragmented funding. So these are all the things that started to go wrong. So reports raise questions about the efficacy and trust deficit, because how do you work with people who work like this? We have this roadmap that we have agreed to, but never say trust, never say fund, now NGP we have collective. All of these things are not here in the plan. What's the point of the plan? And there's no reason that's given. It's like, I need to really plan your cheat. But it's, okay, I think this house will collapse if it does not have this pillar. So now we all know that this is why we got this pillar. All of these things that I'm mentioning are things that they said were temporary, interim, temporary, interim. You understand, Amanda, we from April, May, June, July, it's 6 years and 3 months of this plan. And so we are just dealing with interim, temporary, interim, temporary. How is this not permanent for this NSP that's 10 years? When we are sitting here. Right. Presidency and the Commission of Gender Equality reports, they confirm these gaps, failure that's linked to the absence of the council, poor monitoring and coordination. And you would have known that they would start blaming us. Of course. I need to my citizens and you complain. I mentioned I PDC cancer. I mentioned in a nomination of a trust. There's no one trust. Mind, as in this cancer. Silvisa le cancel any fund. Sisaifuna I cancel, but it's not the cancel that we are going I need to show sincerely that the name of this law is called National Cancer. NSP ikuluma with all right levels of government as the core part of implementation. This act establishes a national council but does not clearly embed or put the provinces and municipal roles envisioned in the NSP. But ministers will some regulations like whenever, but there is not even like guidance. So we say, okay, fine. What must happen at provincial level? What must happen, right, at municipal level? We want these things in the legislation so that we can hold the state to account and say, you have not done this. And then they are not there in the way that they are in the national strategic plan. What this does, it risks weakening accountability for planning, budgeting, implementation, and monitoring where services are actually delivered, right, at the municipal level. Who can guess how much we said they will give? This year's budget, how much was allocated for setting up this council and then beginning to do things? That's a money. I need to put $1 million. How much? How much do you think government allocated to the implementation of this council? I'm talking about setting up a new body, hiring people. How much? Guess what? $1 billion. Trillion. Yeah. 5 million. 5 million. 500 million. We should. 5 million. 100 million. 3 million. 3. I can't pay. 25. 25 million. 5 million. For the year. Who process was going to take away? Right? So, I need to realize that I'm going to commission. Baba Malin. 25 million to respond to set up a new council. Wow. Oh, Anlalela i-budget speech nini? Ngicela ukubuza, le speech ebasifunde eParliament uvele kangaka ku-GBV?
GBV is a crisis. GBV.
So this risk weakening accountability, right, and all of that. So this is the fourth concern that we have. Locating this at national and then not mentioning. Because remember, I'm telling you, these are things that are there. Go national strategic plan, the things that they promised us, right? Okay, where is the money? Government, GPVF fund, NSP implementation, that's the vision of the NSP. But government, GPVF fund one, private sector money, government money private sector, yeah? And there is no ring fence, like there are no ring fence funds for GPV. Like lay money, but in this bone, and is gonna come and Lamsan Yavela, DSD, Sasan Yavela, GSTC, Jalo, but basically there are no funds that are because that's what we want to know, right? Yeah. It's nice, I born in South Africa. Okay, there were all of these different versions, right? 2021 to 2024. And what we are seeing is what we are calling the gradual dilution of independence, right? So last September, the Parliamentary Monitoring Group indicates amendment to oversight function. And then this thing that we talked about. So independence, we are saying, is limited, civil society leadership reduced, accountability limited, provincial reach limited, funding mechanism unclear. So, the question is not whether we need a council or not. The issue is whether this thing that they provided to us is capable of delivering this NXP and whether it is fit for purpose. Yeah? What are we calling for? So, almost matter la t-shirt 8 come on. We want an independent NSP. So we want the independence to be returned. We want meaningful civil society representation. You know, when we talk about civil society representation, we said, and so when you go and listen to this, the webinars, they keep on saying to us that we are divided, we don't work well together, but they continue to create this. So we are saying, it's not easy for me to be sitting there in my organization and then filling an application form and then saying, I represent civil society. Yeah. I may not be involved in any movement or doing whatever. So you're not necessarily a representative. You simply come from that sector because you are not accountable to anyone. You are just going there as yourself. Ngiyabona musapha eJSC abasikhethela amajaji. eJSC bafika bathi lo urepresenta i-Bar Council. Angisho. Lo urepresenta academia, like the legal scholars, right? Laba ba represent ama-political parties. Angisho nabo bayi-delegation yabo laphaya. That's the representation that we were asked for. So that the people who are sent to represent us, they can be held accountable. They can always come back to us and report and say, this is what's happening here. That's not what they put in the council. Bafuna skwapa. Because it's all these people that some of them we know, some of them we don't know, some of them but they don't participate and all of that, right? But are they our representatives? No. So we talk about meaningful civil society representation. This is what we mean. Clear accountability mechanisms, provincial and local government structures, and sustainable funding. These are our demands. They are not based on nothing. These are the things that we are carrying from the 24 demands and continuing, right? These are the things that are here in the NSP because you see the demands don't necessarily have a funding, like a fund, but it talks about resources, right? So the NSP actually helped us to improve on some of the things that were in the 24 demands by actually elevating them into proper, like tangibles. You know, it's not just money, but it's like create a fund. So it's increment, like Sitalela Power 2018 Patisia Kupuka, right? We are refining. At every step we are agreeing with these are our promises. It's not just us sitting there, it's like we have accepted this, and then a summit declaration is not just something that comes from one part. These are the outcomes, right? The outcomes of the summit, of the NSP, of the second. So that's why we want these things. Are we good? So mama tibuya savumelana. So to conclude, this legislation leaves deep gaps in what was discussed, in developed, in the summits. The concerns that we are raising, setting up of the council, removing oversight in other parts of the institutional framework will leave it ineffectual. We can have a council like the one that they have put there in the legislation, no problem. That's what they want. But they have removed all the that actually makes it like bite. So we don't just want like an empty there, you know, because they are saying this is, we deserve better, we deserve more, right? And I want you to hear me say, in 2018, when we wrote the 24 demands, we said this, we must review past plan to see why they failed, right? Yes. So that we can create something that makes it work. From there, they agreed with us, these are the things that makes it work, these are the things that makes it work, these are the things that makes it work. Boom! Remove. Siyabuyela lapha kaSkopokop. Besibelani kanti? We are back to national strategic plans and institutional frameworks that don't have the things that we have agreed we need to have for this thing to work. So you can see now who is presiding over the countless rapes and murders. Yes. So when government says we are doing enough, we say we don't believe you. If you say you have invested, why won't you put a structure that allows accountability as we have agreed? Like if you care so much, but we have found out that we've got a very performative government. We marched and then it's like, this is what we are going to give you. Just like last year, there was the People Movement and they said, we will give you what you want, right? Get the declaration. In December, when we looked at that, it was like they have taken the institutional framework that's in the NSP, the one that they are refusing to put in legislation, and they are saying, this is how we are going to respond to this declaration of the disaster. They just changed names. Yeah? They change names. But where is that? They even had like a committee that's dealing with this disaster stuff, right? They removed it. They said, yeah, the council is going to be here soon, that will be duplication and all of that, so it's no longer continuing. That, my friends, is what we are dealing with. Thank you very much. Questions?
Question. I think most of the questions that I had were answered, but what happens now if those 10 names get sworn in? Today, while the litigation is happening.
No magu.
We will be there when they get sworn in.
So the purpose of the legislation is to undo this, right? So if this legislation is found to be constitutionally defective, and those other things are like fruits of a poisonous tree, and no one can eat them. So whatever it is that they set up under this defective legislation, and that's what we are hoping for, then to be undone, and then we can go back to the drawing board.
And then how do we not work cross purposes, right? So if you look at the funding in the synthesized space is shrinking, right? So I'm just taking any money just to keep myself afloat. I'm part of the tour, right? But I'm just taking money just to keep myself afloat, keep, people's jobs and stuff or whatever. But going against everything that we are standing for and we are moving. And I'm packaging it as though I'm with you, right? I'm going to do a scorecard, I'm going to do a presentation there, and but the way it's packaged, it looks like, but it's actually not. How do we work that?
So I think this is a conversation, right? So thank you, that's also a very important question. We talk about the 6 pillars, that the problem that we are raising arises mostly, that's pillar 1, leadership, accountability, right? And coordination. So most of the things that people do, it's service provision. So people will continue to do the care work, the prevention work, the criminal justice work, economic empowerment, research, and all of that. And our hope here, right, is that the work is in line with the pillars so that we are building towards something that's collective. So when you have I'm going to use 2 national tragedies as examples. DSD, health, and all of them kind of implicated. So when we are now not working towards each other, so pillar 5 makes this link between violence and economic empowerment. It doesn't say it's necessarily a cause, but it sort of says, because we know that violence transcends class, even people with money, they are subjected to it. But we also know that being economically empowered gives people options, Now, if you, under pillar 5, government says empowerment, like setting up businesses for women that will have, is to give you licenses to help you open each other in finally assembly, right? Where kids actually die and all of that. That's when we are working against each other, right? So that's the thing that we'll be worried about, right? When women are now encouraged, to say that's basically the business that you need to have. in order to deal with this economic empowerment, right? The second one is life acidity, right? So I said I'm going to use an example of national kind of tragedies in this country. And then you're saying you are providing shelters or support, care and healing, and you take the money and you put it there and you say you're doing pillar 2 work or pillar 4 work. You see, right? So that's when we will be working against each other, right? So when it comes to the service provision, those are the things that I hope that all of us here in this room and other people that we know who say they are in the sector, we hope that that's not what they are doing, because then that's where we will not be aligned. So if we are not aligned, then I guess the question, if we're aligned, the question that you're talking about is when people in the sector are now leaving us here and then putting themselves up for the council, right? When we are saying the council is not fit for purpose. Now, this is an issue of people's politics, kind of integrity and all of those things, because for me is, if I were to be wearing this t-shirt that says not fit for purpose, or in an organization, for example, like Call to Action, that kind of supports this movement, what does it mean? Because I think I would actually say, I can't be in your movement because I don't believe in what you are fighting for, right? And it's also movements that need to have those kind of principles, because it happens in any movement. Once people start doing things that the movement is against, then how does the movement hold those people to account, right? And many movements don't have accountability structure, because I think it's okay for people to go and aspire for whatever it is, right? But if we are working together to say we want a council that's fit for purpose, then I don't think that you should actually be there. Whether it's like bread and butter issues and all of those things, but you need to make a decision. You don't say, I think it is fit for purpose and that's why I'm making myself available, because I think I can make change there. And then that's basically us. And you saying we don't. Because all like movements, that's what they actually say, because you are decampaigning us, basically, as a movement, right? When we are doing the things, but you're also delegitimizing the work that we do, because that's what government says, is this not your member here? You're saying here, is this person not representing here? Because when you are sitting there, then government is asking, which movements do you come from? And you say, I come from Not Fit for Purpose. So does this mean you yourself, you are not fit for purpose? Because you are now here. So I think that's like, for movements that don't have those kind of rules, it's at an individual level, like people have to hold themselves to account, right? And actually say, I can't do this because this is inconsistent. People do this in churches, people do this in Stockfields, people do this everywhere. Everything where people come together, they have rules, they agree that this is what they are going to do together. So this should not even be a controversial thing. I have decided that this movement, you know, my cousin was sick, so we used to go to a Methodist. And I actually understood, my aunt really liked the church. But they went to, because they were told that we just need this muscle, cows or more left, you know? Because people believe that people actually get cured there, right? So sometimes people don't want those kind of traditions like Roma, because you don't go to Roma to get healing, you know, and all of those things. So for me, it's like, it's okay. It's like, I have to leave this movement in order to go to this movement, because this is why I think this actually helps me in this journey, you know, that I am in. That's perfectly legitimate. But what is important is you can't say I'm here or I'm there, because then you're making us look like we don't know what we're doing. Questions? I know we have to go now. Sen You came to a town hall, Syrians in town hall. All right, Manuel was about questions in Anguza.
Do council members have to have specific qualifications?
Council? Yes, they publish these criteria for eligibility. And we, through Lawyers for Human Rights made submissions because they went through those CVs that were published and they said we don't understand how these people were shortlisted because they don't meet the criteria for eligibility. But it was there. You know, from joint.
My question, I have a question.
Yes, please.
My question will be, not fit for purpose, how are we going to hold one another accountable for Mama defending myself? Because as you raised it, it's happening, right?
Yeah.
But how do we safeguard this movement? And then who would say no to the money? Like us in the grassroots, I will make an example. I don't take my DST in advocacy, because I can't hold accountable. Uthomone angeke ubuze isandla sikupha ukudla ukuthi wayesingayenzanga lokhu nalokhu. Yabona?
Ithatha imali No, but let's talk about this. Money.
Taxpayer.
It's taxpayers' money, right? And as a taxpayer, you always have a right to ask, to question, and challenge, and all of this. Don't let their corruption make you feel like you are not entitled to what you are entitled to. Am I calling money? Entitled, because that's your right. If things are not going well, you have to ask. Axima, it's not charity. Right? It's not a favor. It's our money. We pay tax. Government. Imali government ungayisabi. Ungayisabi imali yethu leyana. I would rather like sithole le mali senze umsebenzi kunokuthi imali yethu ifike bomatata. So I understand that kind of principle, but if you think the money itself is tainted with corruption, step back. But there is a call for proposal and all of those things. You meet the criteria, go for it. If they are doing something, that's why we are here. Because we can help to hold them to account. That's what accountability is about. Because yeah. Right? If we are feeling compromised, say keep each other or whatever, something is going on. But when it comes to accountability, you have every right to take it. It's your money, it's your money. Huh? But it takes
My question is about what happens in 2030. So I know that with litigation, and I'm saying this maybe from the lens of how long it's taking us to litigate the decriminalization of sex work in the courts, that it may be something that happens in 4 or 5 years' time. Our court case that we're starting now in August, are there mechanisms that we can put in place to make sure that it's quick? Because if not, we might find ourselves still in court in 2030, and what you said earlier on is that if we don't have our counsel that we want by 2030, we might have to fight again for this very same NSP that we fought for in 2017. So sorry, in 2018. So how can we ensure that the litigation, because I know we're going to win. Besides anything else, government has shit lawyers. We're going to win, right? But when we win, is it going to be a win that is still tangible and it can still change things? if we win slowly. That's my fear.
So I think, thanks, Madisa, that's a very important.
Can I follow up to that before you answer? Because my concern, and I mean, I don't know at what level we can have discussions around litigation, but are there things that we can halt, like processes that are ongoing now, that we can say, this one wait until after the decision?
So I don't think we should try to stop anything, because then these things will be undone in that way. You've seen court orders, right? That actually do that, or actually tell them to go and fix this and this and this. Because if you think about it, we said it's a question of accountability. So if the court says this interministerial committee needs to go there, this president as a champion needs to go there, right? All of these things are representation, provinces and all of those things, because those are the things, right, that we are asking for, that we said went wrong. Then if we get those orders, then that thing is fixed, at that level, like, of governance. So most of the time, we know that when you make submissions in Parliament, they don't have to take everything, right? Because the government obviously are the ones that are empowered, to govern us, and all of those things. So that we take that, they know, like when they make policy decisions, they have considered different things. What we are saying here is that this is arbitrary. Like, we don't have evidence, we don't have information on why they deviated from what was agreed to, right? And so that's going to be the battle, right? Why does it not make sense to make the president champion and then actually for him to use these powers, right, in responding to gender-based violence and femicide? Why is the interministerial committee not there? Why all of these things that have been agreed to? So in the beginning, I talked about this case being about accountability. Like, what does it mean to walk a road with people? Because they didn't just meet us in Parliament, So the thing of going to Parliament with this thing that was already weak was a betrayal of the promises that we have been agreeing to. So that's the thing, and that's why we are going to court to basically say that we had agreements. It's one thing if the parliamentarians remove those things, but you never put those things there to begin with. So Parliament did not understand that these things were actually important in responding to gender-based violence and femicide, because you came to them and actually you were not even fighting for them as the Parliament. So the National Strategic Plan coming to an end is obviously a loss and a failure, in that it had established this institutional framework that we are saying is not there. Now, this is why it's important to start this fight around the council now. Because not every national strategic plan that we have going forward is going to build an institutional framework. This institutional framework that we are fighting for is permanent, is long-term, right? If we set up a council by law, it's not going to expire in 2030. It's going to live long. And that's why, for this national strategic plan, we have to fight, right? We have to fight for this, because this is the one that establishes the institutional framework for a response. Because if we don't, I'm Ramaphosa.
Hey, next
right?
Manje makahamba uRamaphosa kuyenzakalani?
Do you think the court is going to give you an NSP?
It all depends on who Kongi is giving us. Kongi is going to give us a president. And Ramaphosa, but the good thing of Dalamat is that all of these things are documented as commitments and promises. So that's why we have got something. But we don't know if the other ones would want to even meet with us, or what is invited to summits that don't mean anything. But at least we've got this evidence from Ramaphosa meeting us on the 1st of August and then continuing to do this. So that's the foundation he left us. And those are the tools that we have to fight with. So come 2030, we would still have, because we have started this process, right? The legal basis for continuing the fight.
Okay.
Right? It's not going to expire. What we do not know, I think we haven't really discussed this as a movement, but I think we need to start making noise, but we don't want a new strategic plan. We want this one to be extended. If we have to change the indicators, we must change the indicators. So what have we told you? If you don't remember anything that we talked about today, what is the one thing that you think you must remember about why you called you here today? What did you learn? Nonsense, I'm a WhatsApp ninja. If there's nothing else, like the one thing from this conversation that we had, what has been your thing? We are trying to move together, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Our Bible.
The NSP is our Bible. Fantastic. What else?
6 pillars.
We have 6 pillars. More for the social worker.
How to align our work with the pillars.
Alignment of our work with the pillars. What does it mean to do?
If we don't make the council look the way that it was supposed to look, we lose 10 years worth of work.
That's why we have to fight. Anything else? Collective work. The only way we are going to move forward is to work collectively. And how do we do work? We silence the noises. Right in the corner, that's where we are. Chief Mutidis, that's us. Anything else? Because then we have to make commitments to each other. What are we going to do differently in our movements? What are we going to do to move this work forward? Not fit for purpose now that you know what we are about. Yes, please.
I have sort of like a question.
Yes.
Maybe what recommendations can you give to us who are doing groundwork, in order to be able to spread the word and to make sure we also spread the NSP. What is it that we can do? How should we document maybe, or should we tag the NotFItForPurpose movement?
Simonia, Mariam, come here. Now we are here talking about mobilization. Alhamdi Fani. Alhamdi Fani. Sihamdi Sanja. Sihamdi. Yes.
I mean, I don't have all the answers, and I think the reason we're all here is so that we can come up with the answers, all of us. Together, what do we think is the best way forward? Because my ideas might not work for everyone, but if we have ideas together, like now we're just talking that maybe what we need is a way to communicate together. Because the advocacy group has their own way of communicating, but maybe we need a way where, like how we were saying that the total shutdown was built in.
Yeah.
And these people communicating and accounting to each other and reporting back and reporting forward and planning together. Maybe that's what we need. Like a place where we can share information. And we can know what the need is, because we don't know. Like right today, I just found out that the father's been left behind. But even me, I haven't been there since that day. So, and it's not just about, right? We haven't really done, penetrated. But I think that's another thing that we can talk about, because we're doing all the other stuff. All these things that we mentioned, they are there. The websites are there. The things are there on social media. They're there on YouTube. They're there everywhere. But we haven't done is this. And I think it's what we need to put together about. Because going forward, this is going to be a lot of work for a lot of people.
Mm.
And we need to find a way that it also becomes easy and enjoyable work and access, because then we need to be able to move together. So we need to find each other somewhere.
Yeah.
And I think it's something that we can plan out.
Can we talk about next week though?
Yeah, so yes, let's talk about that, but I wanted, Mariam and Simona, don't kill me after this. Very protection.
You're protected.
I'm going to, I haven't spoken to them about this, I'm going to propose it, and I know people in the room are going to like it, but it may add up to your work. Because it's just a
Listen, we're
question.
matching on Friday.
Yeah, I know.
Saturday.
Yeah. Saturday.
Don't
So,
confuse
right,
people.
I joined another coalition, right, very recently. You know on WhatsApp you see that thing called community.
Mm-hmm.
Has anyone ever used that thing?
Yes.
Right. I have found it so effective if it actually works. So what happens is a campaign has got the members, like there's just one. It's just community announcement where the admins like saying we have a protest here, we've got this, and so there's activation, right? So that's where the members are. But we know that that's not where the work is happening. So you have two types of groups, like the task teams, the thematic, where like people who are doing communications, maybe people who are doing the knowledge production, you know, for the campaign, people who are mobilizers. So like, what is our strategy for mobilizing and all of that? But what I like is that you have this, but you also have got regional groups. So it's like Citibank, people are saying this is the work that we have. There's a Citibank group, right? There is Guatemala group, you know, there's like whatever, however you organize yourself, you can say it's like VAL or whatever, where you think you can mobilize. And as you mobilize, you add the people. When I am a member of the community, I'm there, I see all the announcements, and then I choose. If I have an interest in Citibank, I can join. But the people who are there, who are holding the work, who are saying, hey, let's organize something today, then those people are going to organize there, right within their locality. Because this has to be a conversation that's actually happening here. Call to action, people, are you listening? That I'm just talking about not fit for purpose, right? Yes. But I think that because now it's up to you, right? It's, you are in a WhatsApp group, you are going to make a decision about whether you are going to engage or just be like one of those people who are waiting for action in a WhatsApp group, right? And then not, because it requires you to actually go and do something. These groups have got conveners, right? And they meet, you put your minutes there, and then anyone who wants to see what's happening in Citibank can go into that group and actually see that people are meeting, this is what they are saying, they are looking for resources to do this, but this is the work that's actually happening. Because we just don't want to, we understand that most of, all of you here are very busy, right? You have to leave very important things to come here, so you have an interest in this conversation. But what we are saying is, in order for you to continue kind of getting involved, because we understand that there is an information flow gap.
Yeah.
We have got the website, we have got the social media platforms and all of that, but the one that many people use is WhatsApp, right? So if we can find ourselves there, like share whatever is there, then maybe this is going to work easier and better. Madam and Simone, don't kill me.
I mean, I think
But you need to organize, that's the problem. Yes, what's important is that people need to organize where they are, right? So that we build this movement. You see, on this continent, we believe that government has the power, but we know that the power is with the people. So if we organize for collective action, that's the only way. We are going, yeah. This is what we need. We need to reclaim our power and cleanse ourselves of this humiliation and indignity that our governments keep on subjecting us to. So we have to fight back. and resist. I mean, all of us, I mean, we laugh at these things that are happening in Madlanga, but anyone who cares about social justice to see what happened to our money, it's infuriating.
I feel like as we live here, because we have invited other organizations, because normally when I get invited, I reach out to other organizations and bring in only the team from Dosongabani. So we are bringing 2 organizations. So what we will be doing today, it's a meeting in terms of giving them what we have learned, why are we going there. Because one thing I know about the journalists, they just grab anyone sometimes. And if you didn't give people to say, there will be media communication, people who will be doing X, Y, but understand why are we there. Someone might thought of writing a placard that says something about gender-based violence, but today actually we are not fit for purpose. Why are we there? What messages are we carrying, so that at least people that we are bringing are not like, I can't remember the year when people marched to ANC headquarters and another lady said we are marching in 1 houses. And it was quite funny because it was, no, you can't want houses at the office of the ANC. So we don't want to find ourselves in this situation. It's important for us also, when we invite other people, we give them information so that they're not left behind, they're just coming there as people who are just coming to that.
So just to add on what Tunona is saying, in terms of information sharing, I know that we have built so much information that exists, right? But in the moment that we found ourselves last year with the Purple Movement making a demand that doesn't necessarily align with what we have been fighting for over the years, because people had not engaged meaningfully with the information we were sharing, they weren't able to fight back even within. So even some of our own comrades were there marching in wearing purple. Because not that there's anything wrong with that, because they were thinking that they were collectively trying to end GBV. But now that you have the information of, you know, what's happening, it's difficult to say ish, you know? So how do we prevent this ish moment from happening again? Because we also do want people to continue to mass mobilize around gender-based violence and femicide, but we also don't want that mass mobilization to take us backwards. So that's my 2 cents of it from a prevention perspective.
I mean, I think the important thing there is the work of kind of building relationships, and when something has gone wrong, to find each other. You know, let's have a meeting. Are you doing this on purpose, or is it an oversight? Do you not know? Because that's how we responded to that moment, you know, like last year. But what I want to ask, so you asked a question, but I want to ask the same questions kind of back to you. For you to go back and do the work, what do you need from us?
That's what I wanted to ask. That's what would help.
Yeah,
What you know, once you know what you know, right? How can it be made easier for you to then live again?
Yeah, I think like, you know, simple resource packs, you know, something that you can give people to go home and read. You know, sometimes you find that you don't even have time to sit, you know, and just, you know, tell them about it or whatever, but it's something that they can always have to read on, and of course access to the book, so that automatically we can just keep ourselves knowledgeable with it. Okay, what is it exactly that we are, you know, driving?
So I'm not going to overpromise with the books, but what I'm going to ask is this: if we can have some addresses, okay? And then you're going to have to ask around organizations that still have boxes, presidency, department,
Yeah.
Sibondoba, the
DSG has quite a few.
yeah, who still has, and then Sibondoba, how does it get delivered there? Because that's what we did with KZN Eastern Cape. We just collect and then say as and some municipalities actually had received quite a number of those. But for the benefit for us in the room, if you're saying,
I know in the organizations that I work with, we don't have, right? Let's just have an address where we can organize a few and talk about how to get them.
And also permission.
Korea, yeah?
And also permission to, post on social media. I mean, some person like Taxi where they drive their organization work on social media. So permission to post, use the hashtag.
Resharing
Yeah.
the pages. Yeah.
Great. So I think what we need to do, I can see we have already started building the community, because most of the time, and from time to time, we may have a little money and hire people, to support, but most of the time people are working as volunteers, right? Some of us have jobs, and then in the evening or whenever, like I'm here today, my job does not have this in my job description, but I'm in a movement. So, what you are saying, because I think it's also, any movement needs to find out what other skills people have. So if people are good on social media, then they become part of the communications team, right? And then it's like, give me the digital pack. This is what we are posting, right? You send it to that organization, they use their own platforms, these are the hashtags, this is a page that we are promoting, and all of that, because that's how we amplify the work that we are doing. So that level of clarity, right? And then saying, these are the activations that we have this month, we have got this thing that's coming up. So Simona is going to tell us what's going to happen, after today in terms of the activism that's happening in relation to NotFItForPurpose. Now, I'm going to stop here, and I'm going to use 3 minutes of your time before I invite Simona. Some of you have been invited to a protest on Saturday. The protest is not for NotFItForPurpose. It's for what I think is a sibling or a cousin movement. This movement is continental, it's Africa-wide. Because what has happened to us here in South Africa with the National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide has also happened to us on the continent. Not just one country, 55 countries. Last year, February, the African Union, where all our member states meet, passed a treaty. A treaty is like, it's like a constitution, for example, on dealing with specific issues. This was on ending gender-based violence and femicide. We have been talking about this. It's so defective. It makes this one look like an amateur. Yeah. Right? It's actually taking us back. It's not that it fails to do what it promised to do, it's removing protections that we have built to support, to protect women from violence over a long period of time. So sometimes the names may sound familiar because they are all communicating the same thing. That's why this is a sibling. The continent-wide purpose that's against this convention on ending violence against women and girls is called Pause for Purpose. What Pause for Purpose actually means is that when a new treaty, this convention is adopted, right, by member states, it must go through a process of ratification. So different treaties tell you that for this to enter force, right, so that now it can be implemented, we need a number of signatures or ratifications. So this convention requires 15 signatures, ratifications. So 15 countries must say, yes, we are willing to be bound by this convention. So now we are in this race because we are trying to stop that, because we are saying to our governments, please don't ratify this, this is taking away our rights. But there are big people with big mandates that have been confusing the hell out of our governments. So for example, I saw this week the Spotlight Initiative
These
is promoting this convention. So Spotlight people have to go and fight because this is everything that Spotlight is fighting against. But the entire UN Women put pictures like leaders saying we were talking to African Union member states asking them to sign this convention. So people who have mandates to protect and promote human rights are supporting something that addresses human rights. So on Saturday at the Pan-African Parliament, there is a high-level panel. The Women, Peace and Security Special Envoy is going to be there. The Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Women in Africa is going to be there. The Gender Director from the African Union Commission is going to be there. And they are united in asking our governments to sign, to ratify this convention. So we are going to be outside saying they must listen to us. So we are saying pause, listen, strengthen, and then ratify. Because there is nothing more dangerous than a convention that takes rights away from people. Because it's a yardstick, right? We have national laws, we have constitutions, and we test our laws against the constitution. But when our governments have failed to protect us, that's when international law came into being. That sometimes you can be murdered by your government in your country. So different countries came together and said this is not going to happen again, right? And that's why we have the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, governments coming together and saying international law will mean that if you have failed at this domestic level, there will be these conventions that takes us up there and then actually say we can now do this, right? So that's what we are asking you to join. It's not fit for purpose, it's pause for purpose. There we are saying pause the ratification process so that we can revise this treaty and get a stronger instrument, and then we can ratify, but we cannot go forward. Not fit for purpose, we are saying we cannot work with this. It's a similar thing, right? We throw it, but we are way out of them withdrawing it because it has been passed now. It has been adopted, so it's in effect, right? So now they have to set up this council because that's what the law actually says. Other people can sue them, right? Because they have a law and they're not doing what the law is actually saying. So people who want the council. And that's why we have to push back and say it's the law that's the problem, right? Because there is an obligation on them to establish a stance under the law, and that's why we have to challenge the law. So when I'm saying these things are like family, it's that when you register for Not Fit for Purpose, it should be easy to see the connection with Pause for Purpose that we are fighting everywhere. Cool.
So I guess I'm not t-shirt half past 8 second. Yeah? Yes. Who's a blue copy? Kalaka.
Mid-rent.
Yeah. Yes, that's where the protest will be. 8:30 we will be there. So Simonia, please tell us. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. After that chicken, I don't know if there's still well, I mean, let's start here. Thank you so much. This has been a really good session. Even me who's been a part of the sessions a lot. I think this was one of my favorite ones. I think even me I learned way more than I have in a lot of sessions. Because there's a lot of things that came out of this that we could never have had those discussions at that level and not gathered in this way. We need to have more of these. Before we get to, I'm supposed to shout so that everyone can hear me. So before we have more, let's go back to what we agreed for today. We said that after this, sorry, my name's we're going to remember and have a document of the things we had. We are going to also start the process of looking for it. I sound like a politician when I say that. We're going to start the process of doing a civil society-led tracking of the demands. We will communicate or what is possible and what can we reasonably do with the capacity that we have. And we're going to share how much of the demands have found expression in the NSP. I know that it exists. We'll share it. But also, we also talked about what do we do from here. And I think the most important thing that we talked about what we do from here is to talk to each other and communicate and build a movement that takes us forward. Because we've agreed that the work we thought we had a lot of work, we have a lot of work to do. And it's going to take all of us getting involved. We've already started the challenge we spoke about. I think that's a good place to start. We'll share the link later today. We just need to set the rules for it and the admins and all of that, and then we'll share it. But I think that's going to be our first point where we can communicate, and to be easier for us to communicate there. What is the problem?
We still got to set up the rules.
There has to be community rules.
No, I'm not disputing that, sorry.
Yeah, it's just generic things we put there in a pin and then say don't shout at each other.
She's already shared it.
You shared the link?
She's already shared it.
You know what? No, wait, this is on me. I'm gonna take this one because I forget not to include anything until the last minute. I must learn, this is all on me. Next time, no. But anyway, the link is already out there. If you've joined, thank you. But we'll share the link more widely later today. And then we'll start tonight to actually distribute as much information as we can in that, and in other ways as well. But also moving from here. The work is not done, the meetings are not done, the information sharing is not done, the advocacy is not done. We are going to court sometime early in August. But before then, next week, Saturday, we have a larger gathering, and it's going to be bigger and more engaging and with more people. We're also going to have a dialogue session where not just us, but a lot of everybody that will be there will be talking about what.
Sorry, I don't mind.
Wait, wait, you have literally 3 sentences in order to do 3.
Oh, that's a cool. So I'm sure you are all aware because you were calling me out when you were eating lunch that I'm all over the place. National dialogue, you find me there, but with the 99. So we have said that next week, Saturday, after lunch, we are going to have a GBV national dialogue. We're going to be talking about what do we do post-2030. We're going to be talking about what are the next steps. We're going to be coming up with a community action plan for ourselves as the gender-based violence community. So that is going to be after lunch next week on Saturday. Thank you very much.
Why are we talking about that?
So we're going to have activities. So the whole point of that is the 1st of August is the commemoration of the total shutdown. And we said that we can't march every day, but we can do something on that day. So I was saying that we agreed that we can't march every year. We don't have we can't, but we can do something meaningful every year on that day to remind ourselves why we're here, so that we don't keep saying, but we left this behind and we didn't take care of this and we are the 24 demands. So we can have a day where we all come together and say, year number 8. This is year number?
It is year number 8.
This is year number 8. Year number 8, this is where we are, this is how far we come. We come back next year and said, last year we agreed that we are here, we need to be moving in this direction. So every year we can have a way of doing this. So this is our first one. We hope to see you all there. And I think it will be a really good space for us to just catch up on the movement and on the work and plan ahead. So I hope to see everybody there. Thank you for coming today. I think we're gonna end for the day. It's been a really long and really beautiful and gorgeous day. I'm really, really, really grateful that you're all here. So let's see each other in the WhatsApps and in the TikToks and in the Instagrams. If you are posting, please tag us so that I can see and Miriam can see and we can share it. And let's do this together. If you're posting about today, also please tag us and make us collaborators so that we can see. I really do hope that you post about today. So just take pictures with the banners of each other and everything and post. Yeah, and then we'll be sharing. Look for us there so that you can find yourself in the pictures that we're going to post later on and you can take yourselves. Yeah, so but everything will be communicated also with you. Everyone has WhatsApp, please do it. Right.
Well done to us. You're amazing.
Who's a cheeky?